everybody, and welcome to Advantage in Paradise. Particularly, particularly welcome to our season one finale, where we will conclude this season's adventures and see where the Wayward Five leave off. Um, as always, our music is provided by licenses through soundstripe.com, and our ambiance is provided by a combination of tabletop audio and Sirenscape. Try these services out for your own games or your own projects, whatever you're up to. A few things just to note is we are ending the season tonight. As far as when the show will be back, prospective dates are the 15th of February. That is temporary for now. It could be pushed back a week or two, depending on things. But keep an eye on our socials for when we return. We will be providing programming between then and now, so that you can keep up with Paradise. But I'm going to turn it over to Shannon now to talk about any announcements and our partners.
Thank you, Sean. All right, friends, welcome to season one finale. I can't believe it. First of all, I just want to say thank you again for helping us reach 1,000 followers here on Twitch. That is a big deal. We are so happy about it. No, I have not started thinking about the one shot that I'm DMing for these goobers, but it's it's just there in the back of my mind. We'll see what happens. All right, our partners. We have Arcane Spectacles, the creator of beautiful spell trackers and other tabletop accessories. Most recently, mugs. If you haven't checked out their new mugs, head over to their Etsy shop. And if you would like to purchase one, you can use the code Paradice for 10% off of any item in their Etsy shop, like those awesome mugs. Next, we have Talon and Claw, the creator of gorgeous wooden tabletop accessories like DM screens, dice balls, these super cool coasters. They have one for every class, and I love it. If you would like to purchase any of those things, also use the code Paradice, Paradice, for 10% off your order. We also have the Underground Oracle Publishing. They are the creators of wonderful D&D 5e supplements, and Keith and Jess are just cranking out that awesome content. So make sure that you sign up for their Patreon and join their Discord. They have an awesome community, awesome content. We love them so much. Last but not least, we have Eddie York, our original character artist for Paradise. You saw the whole crew there on our waiting screen. Be sure to check him out on Twitter, Instagram, and Patreon. We do have something in the works with him for season 2, so stay tuned for details on that. And yeah, those are our partners. And last thing I want to say, we are now only 2 weeks down to get your limited edition Scarlet merch. If you would like a hoodie or a t-shirt, if one of you guys could put !Scarlet in the chat. Looking at you, Clayton. Let's do better than last week. If you want to purchase your own, you can do that. You will be supporting Mythic. Maddie is amazing, and she has all these awesome designs in her shop. So be sure to check out those links that are in chat. Hopefully now, soon, maybe. Great, thanks, Clay. And yeah, be sure to follow her on Twitter as well. I think that's everything.
All right. Thank you very much, Shannon.
You're welcome.
Let's switch gears and start playing some D&D. All right. The last time we met, none of the Wayward Five could take the Cirrus's words from Caleb's mouth. Her taunting of Scarlet blinded her from Chiron's wisdom and sealed Caleb's fate, as Scarlet slit the throat of her former partner. The void in her mind, the memories lost to the Shadowfell, her past could not be restored in time to save him. The Cirrus won in that moment. The stain of this sin hung heavy on the Wayward Five, potentially forever changing Chiron's impression of Scarlet, perhaps killing the last light of Rowan to him. As the party reacted in their own ways, Cal dealing with the problem at hand, the frightened guard who witnessed the whole thing, the dead. Timber looking onward as he began snooping around a bit, taking this opportunity. And Wiswick trying to beseech Scarlet that we all make mistakes and that we should try to be better. But she couldn't hear it. She spent majority of the next few days fleeing to Senric's Forge, the Thunder Arsenal, attempting to tame her rage at the forge. That night, Timber, using the cover of this break-in, began to sneak around General Kinsley's manor that you all were staying in. In his own words, he likes to know what the people he works with are hiding. He snuck through the locked doors of the northern wing of the manor. And the first place he went to was General Kinsley's office. Using his Shadow Monk technique, he blinked into the darkness of the office, where he immediately triggered the defense system in there, where he saw 4 statues come alive and begin patrolling the space. In an instant, he leapt across the room and just grabbed whatever he could from Kinsley's desk. Uncertain what the documents were, but nonetheless, he wanted something before fleeing through back into the hallway, just narrowly missing the swords of these animated statues. Next, he found himself exploring Kinsley's basement, where he found, after bypassing the traps right after the wine cellar, he found several rooms. He explored what he could before fearing he would be discovered by another security system. The first room he explored was simply an alchemist's lab, but the next room was what was most important, this room behind a locked door. In this room, he found a small but well-stocked research room with a magical table that seemed to be some sort of arcane research focus. It had runes across it for each of the schools of magic. But more importantly, he found a desk filled with even more notes regarding General Kinsley's activities over the last few months. The notes upstairs largely dealt with Kinsley's memos to his servants and lords and aldermen to reinforce the lands of Gristrum, as if to prepare for conflict and to reinforce the borders of his mark, his territory. The notes that Timber found in the basement regarded much more nefarious things. Here he found research into anti-magic armor, anti-magic weaponry, which that alone is not particularly strange of a military man, but what was concerning was the notes on research into alchemical enhancements for soldiers. Things that would go above and beyond your standard healing potions to either permanently or in some way enhance soldiers. Researching further later on with Curon, he discovered that these notes also pertained to experiments on live subjects, resulting in not an insignificant amount of death. Furthermore, these notes were being shared with another figure who didn't sign their name, but consistently wrote to the general, both in normal notes about research, but also in what could be seen as a lexicon, a code. But the most damning thing that he found in the general's basement was a hanging suit of armor that was rusted and ancient and covered in the insignia of a particular individual that the Wayward Five had encountered many weeks ago in Driftmarch. A warrior, a battle mage of sorts, who had summoned demons from beyond underneath the Zveral-occupied Driftmarch and had attempted to lay out Zverils in a way that made it look like they'd summoned these demons. For whatever reason, you were never able to discover, because before you could defeat this individual, they teleported away. But that very same armor was now within this basement. The next day, Timber shared this information with Curon, a little bit with Cal, and a little bit with Wiswick. As you were all preparing for later that day, a meeting that you would have with one of the High Magisters of the Angiran Academy in the Curious University. Similarly, in his studies within the university, Wiswick had seen, and Curon and the rest of you, when you went later, would have noticed that there were artifacts all throughout the university that were similar to this armor that you saw in the basement. Before you went to the university, though, you began to notice that the security in Kinsley's manor had increased. One might surmise this was a natural reaction to the break-in by the Crimson Court, but it went a step further, and you started to notice that they were tracking, monitoring all of your movements. Curon and Wiswick were not allowed to go to the university without their chaperones, so to speak, escorts as they called them. And Timber and Cal just quietly went down into the Frog Hollow markets to see if they could discover if anyone was following them, and it was worse than they had surmised. They noticed not only individuals following them, but they noticed individuals amongst the crowds, not even dressed in any authoritative way, seemed to be watching them, and there seemed to be zigzagging information throughout the streets. But you all gathered to go and meet with Magister Viridian, the head researcher on Lay Sanctum technology within the university. Similarly, Wiswick had learned that he had achieved a meeting with Magister Calra, who had been in contact of his uncle previously. But the rest of you went to this meeting with Viridian. A very old man, late in his years, who seemed almost to struggle to speak about the topics you asked him. The main thing you discovered from Viridian, after providing him with some information that you had learned, was that Killian Fox, the individual you found in charge of the Highland Syndicate's Lay Sanctum, was removed from the university for one reason or another. And that Viridian's second-hand man in his college, his arbiter, had removed Killian himself. But the most damning thing you discovered was that this arbiter was, in fact, Hollingsworth, who you knew to be the funder, the financier of the research at the Lay Sanctum in Terram Ron, where Timber's wife passed. You told Viridian of this, and at first he could not believe you. He would not believe you. But when you began to show the evidence you had, it was indisputable. He immediately cast a message to someone you were unsure of, ensuring that if Hollingsworth was within the city, that he was apprehended and brought to Magister Viridian for questioning. After this message had been sent out, you noticed that Viridian seemed to be deep in thought, potentially casting a spell himself. It was at this moment that Curon, our sweet farm boy from Elysia, after being aged in his time mentally fighting with Maius, and after hanging out with all of these less than perfect people, stole some of the notes on his desk, a letter from his desk. This letter he stole because it had similar handwriting to some of the notes that Timber had found. And he learned that the individual who was communicating with General Kinsley was the Magister Prime, Crescentius Hadrinus, who is in charge of the entire university, the most powerful sorcerer, the most powerful wizard in Caer-Dul. Damning to a certain extent, or at least showing there were roots stretched all throughout the Quintarchy connecting to all of these mishaps. How exactly those connect, you are starting to form those ideas now. Where we left off, the party was splitting, where Curon and Wiswick were staying at the university to continue some research before leaving. The rest of you, being Timber and Cal, were heading to back to the manor, while Scarlet was with Senric, where she began with him working on a new dagger, a dagger forged from the shattered pieces of an old dagger. And this is where we last left, and where we'll begin. Wayward 5, what would you like to do?
Are any of you hungry? Do you guys want to make some
How
dinner?
far away?
Cal and Timber could absolutely go get some food if they want.
Are we? No, we're back at the house now, right?
You just left the university. Yeah. You're heading back to the house.
All right.
Oh, I would be in a wolf. Don't say that. I wag my tail.
I turn to him and I go, "You want to grab some street food?" And we go and find some street food, and that's what Timber and Cal are doing.
I feel like Wiswick had some time before his meeting.
Yeah.
That where I was just studying. I'm assuming I just go on with the same research that I was doing before, where I was looking specifically into the enemies of my people in order to see if I could find anything about the patron that I've been searching for.
I think that you were actually, you if you wanted to, you could do some quick stuff, but you were pretty much heading straight to Kaura last.
Oh, okay,
last
cool.
we met. If you want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, if there was time, I would like to look more into like this Curious Ree, the book Curious Ree, if there's anything.
Yeah, you'll have a little
that
bit
I
of
could
time
learn.
afterwards with because your meeting with Kara happened kind of concurrently with their meeting with Viridian, so you can meet up with Kieran afterwards to do some more research into some of the things you guys want to do.
Sounds great.
But let's do your meeting with Kara. So you
Okay.
were given her her office number, so you can easily find it yourself. I'd say you notice you're kind of wandering through the crowds in the university. You notice there's a lot of folk in here because it's a rainy day, so a lot of the students are in here. A lot of folks who wouldn't even normally be students are just sort of coming in and curious. Well, not in this section because it is the academy. But you would be passing kind of like a mezzanine stone archway mezzanine looking down into the central chamber where people are actively practicing their magic. You can see, people, creating all sorts of magnificent displays as folks are moving about with books and scrolls. And you come across Kalra's office, which is not as high up as Viridian's, so a little bit lower. She may not be as high ranking as him, although she is the magister of an entire college here, the College of Illusion. You would come upon her office. The door would be open. Inside, you would see a real mess of an office. You would see stacks on stacks of books and scrolls that seem to be completely disorganized and dismayed. They are scattered all about. You can find there's like a narrow path in there that seems to lead behind the desk. You can't even see Kaura behind all of the books. All you can see is the top of her pointed hat, her kind of like deep violet pointed hat. And you kind of like have to like step around books to enter in. You don't really even see like a place to sit or anything like that. It's just seems to be this mess, and it smells like a mixture of stale coffee, that really intense old book smell, and just a little bit of cat urine.
Ugh.
As you would notice, on the top of one of the bookshelves is a very large and illustrious looking silver cat that is staring
Wiswick,
right at you right now.
besides, he knocks on the door first because even though it's open, he figured he'd just like make his presence known. In fact, maybe he takes his hat off and like waves it in the air, just like, "Hey, I'm here."
You would immediately see the hat kind of like popping up, and then over it, these eyes coming up, and you can see these very beautiful green eyes that look almost bigger than the average eyes, and they look like cat eyes. You would notice around those cat eyes is the distinct
I'm sorry,
marking.
Sean, I'm having headphone problems. Hey, right now, just give me a second.
Sure. Curon. While we're waiting on that, if you want to talk about what you're looking to do after the meeting with Viridian.
Huron, after discovering the handwriting belongs to that of the
Magister Prime.
Okay, I'm
Magister
back.
Prime.
Sorry, folks.
It's okay. You're doing great, buddy.
All right.
Huron steps aside to let Wiswick in.
All right. So you would, after knocking, you would see the wizard's hat poke up. You would see these two massive eyes that are bright green and look like cat eyes. You would notice the distinct dark blue, dark umber skin of a drow woman who has these etched white runes on her face. You see these very long and expressive ears that are downward, almost like a puppy's ears, in the way that drow's ears do this. You have a strange reaction to it, or you might have a strange reaction to it, because the drow you've seen here on the surface are not, they're slightly different from the drow you've experienced perhaps or heard about in the Underdark, you know, being drow from the mountain cities above Elysia. They are very feline in nature in a lot of ways. But she pops her head up. You see those big green eyes. She sort of is overexcitedly pops up, and you see a whole stack of books falls down in front of you from her desk that she scrambles to grab but doesn't quite. She stands up, and she immediately, compared to your short height, she towers over you at 7 feet tall. In these very formerly beautiful robes that now are somewhat dusty and dirty, like she doesn't really take care of herself all the time, maybe studying too late at night, that are over a gray gray suit vest over a tunic, with some nice pants and boots. It's covered in trinkets though, and also a long gold chain that at the base of it has the skull of an eagle on it that has these runes etched all over it. And she just says, "Oh,
No,
Wiswick.
I'm sorry. No, wait, hold on. How do you know my name?" I'm like, I think I reflexively hid in the doorway. Like I'm like half like in the hallway right now.
Wiswick, Netherrock. You're my appointment, correct?"
No, I must have gotten the wrong room. I think Gwendolyn might have messed something up.
you
Can you show
looking
me
for
where
a-
Kalra is?
Well, I am Kara. I am Magister Kara. Come in. I am interested to talk to you. You said that you knew. I heard that you knew. Auric, right? No.
Owick?
Owick.
Uncle
Owick.
That's
Owick?
you.
That's
You're
me.
Orik.
I was like, Oric. That doesn't sound right. Owick. That's what it is. They said that you knew Owick.
Yeah, I sheepishly go in with my hat like in front of me, like I'm holding it tightly, and I'm like, yes, he's my uncle. I heard a long time ago he spoke with you. He said you would be one that I could trust.
Well, yes, of course. And you see, she starts to come around the desk, and she's coming around and standing over you now, and you see she sort of bends down to talk to you, and she holds a hand out to shake your hand. It is a pleasure to meet any acquaintance of Owick.
Wiswick at first looks down at the hand and stares at it for a minute, but then quickly like grabs her hand and like shakes it tightly, like kind of like a business meeting shake. Like he doesn't really know how tight to do it, so he squeezes like a little too hard.
Yeah. It's, powerful, very powerful. Please sit down. And she starts to scramble to find a chair, and she's like, ugh. And she just sort of drags a pile of scrolls off of what now is a chair that you didn't see underneath all the scrolls. And she sort of tidies this like really big fur that's over it to try to make it look nice. I apologize. This is a family heirloom that I forgot was here. Yes, Owick. Yes, of course. Of course, you can trust me. I worked with Owick for several months during his stay in Cardolan. I was his escort in the university. I was not a magister at that time. I was just a arbiter, learning still. And I still am learning, of course, as you can see. What is it that I can help you with?
First, I mean, I guess it's better if we get to know each other a little bit. I'm not too, I'm not in that much of a rush to, get my questions answered. How did you meet Owick? Did you, what type of works did you work with him on?
I met Owick on when I was, what is it? I'm terrible with my memories. It was when I was returning from a vacation down in visiting family, and I had stopped in the very, very charming place. I think you should go there. I think you would really like it. It is a Frog Hollow's gin bucket, and it was there that he was there, and he was creating all of these magnificent magics, beautiful things that he would use. And they were all gifts for I think it's Phil and Steve, the proprietors. He was gifting them with these magical trays that would move themselves. He created a beautiful sign out front for them that glue in the dark perpetually of this bright, gorgeous colors that look like gemstones. I was overwhelmed with how beautiful it was, and I had to speak with him more and invite him back here.
My headphones are terrible.
Did you miss all of that?
I swear, guys, this won't be all night.
I'll
I
play Wiswick.
The wire for first getting it.
Oh wow, yeah, I
Get
I
back.
saw that sign too. Okay, good.
All right, I'm down again. Keep pretending to be me, Tim.
That's so interesting. I'm scared of you though, because you're a drow, and I don't know what to make of this situation. I'm conflicted at best. But you knew my uncle. That's cool, and that's cool that I didn't know he made that sign. I saw that sign. It was a beautiful sign. I saw that whole place. I'm here to learn about stuff. Tell me the things I need.
Maybe we'll
Yeah, we can cut to a different character for a
back
bit.
to We'll cut to Kieran. Give Wiswick some time to fix his hearing. Kieran.
Harbinger. In association with Zendariel the Everflame.
Okay.
So I'm looking for specifically the Harbinger in context of the Morser conflict and the Wayward One and
Yes.
such. And then we're looking for the origination of Zendariel.
Okay. Give me an investigation roll. Rolled so high. Season finale, guys. We're rocking the tech tonight.
I mean, this is how we started, so it's full circle.
This is why you need me around. I'm the investigator. I heard everything.
What did you get,
Is everybody
Kieran?
quiet, or can I not hear
Stefan's
anything?
muted now.
Stefan, you're muted.
No, I'm not.
Oh, no.
I don't
Oh.
know how to speak with a
Oh,
natural
okay.
1
Oh. No.
for a 5.
Oh. Hey, Wisbeck, you back?
Yep, I'm back.
We'll come back to you, Kieran. All right, so I'll just paraphrase what she said while you were off. She essentially said she met Owick at the Frog Hollow Gin Bucket when she was returning to the city from visiting.
I got
family.
all that. Yeah.
Okay, and yeah, that's where she left off with saying that she had to bring him back to see the university and to meet people there.
It's funny. We went to the same restaurant on our way to the town, to the city, and I saw all that stuff. I didn't want to ask to be rude, but I swear it looked very familiar to me, and I couldn't really place my mind on it. Honestly, I was so enamored by the food that I like from our long days of travel, it kind of just flew past my mind. But I mean, he was a great man, and I mean, he's not all that he used to be. But he seemed to remember you, which means that tells me a lot about your character. You mentioned you went to go see your family down. Do you mean like in the Underdark?
Oh no. My family does not live in the Underdark. No, my family used to. My parents from the city-states above in the Sinvosi Peaks, but they immigrated down, and they have a lovely cottage down in Tressex that they've retired to. Essentially, they used to live here, and they grew up here, and but yes, I met your uncle. You say I met him there, and I brought him back here, and for the next few months, he was my partner in research and other things. He had his own goals here, of course, and I would help him sometimes, some nights. He had been on a long journey at that point. It took him a long time to get to Caerdolan. He had moved throughout much of the rest of the Quintarchy. He had spent some time in Maginset and the region around there, exploring the old Mage Tower ruins, which most of us don't have the heart to go down into. But yes, and she seems really brightened and overjoyed at just thinking about this memory. Everyone you meet has very bright memories of your uncle. And you see she's like sitting down in a chair next to you, like on top of a bunch of scrolls that she didn't even think to move because she was so enamored in her memories.
Yeah, I think that Wiswick's apprehension is kind of waning when he sees her bright attitude towards like his family and how she had nothing but nice things to say about him, and that makes his day every time he can hear like stories like this. So he's starting to open up, and he says,
Yes, I'm. Those mage towers. That sounds like a lot of fun. I'm quite an adventurer myself. I'm taking a similar trip. I've been around a lot of Oxlin and a little bit of Svervold, and with my companions, we've got into a lot of interesting, events, and I've realized the dangers and strange occurrences that happen in the surface world. But what I really want to know, and what has been bugging me through all this time, is how did my people come to be in the Underdark? I've been doing research, and it seems like the gods, the seven, as you call them, they have.
The 9.
Oh, sorry, my bad. The 9, they seem to be hunted by this wayward one that was supposedly defeated in the Morrisir conflict. I'm not sure if you're following this, if you have a religious mind of sorts, but it seems that there are residual forces from that conflict that seem to be chasing sort of magical powers and creating conflict all around the world. It's hard to get into without giving specific examples.
So I start telling her some
Yeah.
of the things that we've done.
In conclusion, I have an idea that if these evil gods are out to hunt people, that could have been a reason why my god, the god of the Snivneblin, hid us away underground, and why the Underdark is such a dangerous place nowadays, because they're trying to figure out the secret magics of my people. Stuff that Owick showed you, and the stuff that I've inherited.
And I show off some, like I just prestidigitate something without chemical casting to make it look cool. Like something that she probably hasn't seen before, like, I don't know, a unicorn, like, shooting through I don't know.
Have you seen a unicorn?
Yeah, you've never seen a unicorn.
I don't know. It's a unicorn with the shape with a star instead of a unicorn horn.
Oh, that is very impressive. You see her cat is kind of like immediately like does the hair up on the back, sort of screeches at and hisses at your displays of magic. And
I'm not familiar with that creature up in the rafters there.
oh, and she snaps her fingers, and the cat pops out of existence, and then pops into her lap. Just, oh, this is just Winston. He does not like magic, surprisingly, as he is magic.
Winston.
I've got a familiar too. He's less fluffy though.
She looks to you and says, "Well, I think I understand what you're saying, and it is curious for certain. You may wish to look into some of the texts here. I can maybe help you find some of them. Maybe I have them in here actually. In regards to theories about the Underdark and the Gnomish people there. You see, there's not a lot of records of deep gnomes before the Morrisir conflict, and some theorize that they were lost, or some theorize that your people, as you are thinking, the origin of your people is the Morrisir conflict. Your god, as you said, hiding you away to protect you from the evils of the Wayward One. But your uncle was searching for similar answers, and he was searching for artifacts, if I recall. There was one. So you see, when he stayed in Kerdolan, it was after many months of travel, many years, really. He had been as far south as Ferrithris into the glass fields there. By the time he got back up here and came to Kerdolan, he was very tired. He was looking for one particular artifact that he had learned about. He had met somebody in Tresix in his time there, who said that they had gone into the Underdark around those parts. The Underdark that you see goes underneath Zverwold and goes underneath the Gosarua Nation, far from the more well mapped and understood Underdark of the North, in search of old temples and artifacts. I don't remember what he called them, but it's give me one moment, and then she starts to rush around, knocking more books over, and you see she pulls up a big tome and brings it back over, drops it on her lap. You see it almost slams down on the cat, and opens it up, and you can see this is her spell tome, and it is massive, and she's just sort of turning the pages telepathically until she stops it, and then you see she crosses a few uh, runes into the air and whispers a few arcane words, and then pulls her hands out, and you see a illusory projection of an ancient-looking stone that has several rune carvings all around it. That looks very much like a Zirf-Neblin artifact. And she's looking at it and she says, he called it, I think, an Archon stone. He said that it could unlock certain things, knowledge that he would provide answers for all those questions.
This sounds amazing. How much did he figure out about it? Does he know where it is? Why didn't he get it?
Well, you see, he came to Kerdolin as the last place to look for it because he believed that if it existed, or if any of them existed, he did not know if there were more. They may have been found and brought to the university. I know that the last thing he was going to do was, before heading home, of course, was to search in one last place. Don't know if he was successful. I suppose you've seen him since.
I've spoken to him, but his memory isn't as good as it used to be.
Yes, he was quite up in there in the years, even when I knew him.
Perhaps you could let me know if you could just research it for me, or if you have any idea, what was that last place that he decided to go to?
You give me some time. I can pull together whatever I have left from those times. Books, notebooks, journals that I have. You see, I have trouble keeping my thoughts in my head. So I obsessively journal. Half of these books are not academic. They are just my life.
I can sympathize.
It is absolutely somewhere in here. Every detail of my time with Oak.
Well, maybe I could help you find it.
I would like that. You can tell me more about how he is doing and how you knew him best.
Yeah. Wiswick's gonna start sorting through books and just patiently going through everything. And whenever he starts off telling stories of how he learned from Oic. Whenever she gets to if she ever asks a question about Smoothhold or his family, he's very passive, hesitant to give any real information, but he's happy to tell her about small situations and things like that. He talks a lot about magic and is very easy at changing the subject with things that he's done in the past, but he's really there one-track minded, looking for the answers he's looking for, not too much about making friends with Calra.
Absolutely. It's no problem at all. All right, so while you were doing that for the better part of the afternoon, we can get back to Curon's natural one.
No, that was a joke, Sean. I was joking. So yeah, so it comes to a 5 overall.
Okay, so the way this will work is not that you don't get any information. It's not that you don't find any books. It's just that you spend a lot of your time looking for the right texts. You know, reading through something and realizing, oh, this is not the right
and there's
book.
no reference librarians I could be speaking to.
Yeah, there absolutely can be, but that's the
You
thing.
just didn't think of that.
Well, no. It's more so the thing is that they're directing you to a place to go. You know, suggesting this might help you, this might help you, this might help you, this might lead you in the right direction, and you're getting kind of lost in that first layer, and that's what you're gonna get that information though, and it's more so where you read that first layer and then you want to follow their sources to find more information and so on. You get stuck in that kind of first part.
I just don't know why they have to have endnotes. The note should be at the bottom of the page, Elysian style.
Yeah, they use a completely different academic system here, and you hate it.
Parentheses, no. Periods, no parenthetical.
What is this page number? What is this page number? um,
Ibid? Who uses Ibid?
all right. So what you do discover, though, so in your search for Harbinger in context of the Morrissey conflict, and then Zendariel in relating to that, but also the origin of the Zendariel faith, you don't find much on any term for a Harbinger in this sort of first layer of resources. You can fairly easily find information on the origin of Zendariel. Now, you suspect that further research would be necessary to be closer to the kernel of truth, and that this is more kind of the publicly known, kind of like this is what everyone says to each other, like, oh, did you hear, this is it's the very basic history facts, but you'd have to go into probably deeper research to find like more interesting theories, I'd say, or theories that contest against this. For the most part, what's been accepted over, say, the last 100 years. What you find here is that the faith of Zendariel, the first church to Zendariel, was built in Honduras, a very long time ago. The Endurans were once simply a kind of tribe of shepherds that eventually, upon discovering several profitable or very high producing sources of precious metals and stones and gems in the mines in the Enduran Valley and the mountains around, started to build settlements around them, and then eventually became the larger cities of Tasaka, Vermalcia, and Stormrain, and then other smaller mining towns that are part of those three main hubs. But in the process there, they also found several artifacts in these digs that pointed to descriptions of the Morrissey conflict, sort of tablets and murals that they discovered, similar to what you all have discovered, but perhaps older. And eventually they started to formulate certain text around an individual shown in these murals that was seen as this fiery angel that would smite evil and protect the weak and shine light in the darkest places. And over the years, as Vermalcia grew, as Tasaka grew, as Stormrain was one of the later ones. Stormrain was founded third. Tasaka was really the first one, but Vermalcia was eventually the largest city because it had the most profitable mines. They started to formulate ways to attempt to commune with the figure known as Zendariel. And this is when the faith really started, when they started to build monasteries and abbeys, but it was slow. It was slow to grow, and this is a very long time ago. Eventually they started to discover more and more, and as they met up eventually with other human settlements throughout the region and other figures, particularly when they started to talk to the Gwyn elves, they started to share their knowledge, and that turned into knowledge of all of the nine, because while Endurus started the Church of the Everflame in the valley, the Gwyn Empire is the source of the whole Conservator pantheon, and faith in Adria, which was then sort of passed on through into Endurus, and there was sort of a time where there was a renaissance in religious observance. Endurus for a long time favored Zendariel, but then eventually came to favor the whole Conservator pantheon. But that is why there's the largest temple to Zendariel is still in Endurus, even though the hub is in Caerdolan. but it wasn't a type of situation where like Zendariel came to the Endurance and gifted them with anything. They created the church and then began communing with Zendariel um, through through divine magic, through clerics and whatnot. And Zendariel is a very cryptic god, is what you've discovered here. There is not many accounts of anyone hearing the voice of Zendariel. Nearly all miracles, divine interventions, symbolism, it's all very cryptic, and it all has a lot to do with. The only consistent thing is obviously like it has a lot to do with burning, light, and fire. But beyond that, the stories that you would find here all point towards Zendariel being based on the tablets they found, based on the communings they've had, and the research they've done with the Gwyn in this founding. Zendariel took up the role of a former god who was killed in the Morser conflict. The previous holder of the title that she has, I believe it's the Dawn Mother, which you would learn was a figure known as Aine, Aine, which you would also find out is related to that Aine was part of the Anshi pantheon, which was the same pantheon that Adria was originally a part of. And most say that she was killed while fighting some of the gods that turned and joined the Wayward One. And that Zendariel, there's no sources of who Zendariel was before this. There are some who theorize she was just a person, just a human, or an elf, or some humanoid figure that was ascended. Others believe she may have been a minor celestial that took up the role. Some say that that due to the nature of Ain being the Dawn Mother, being this powerful symbol of summer and bounty and prosperity, was immediately remanifested upon her death into a new god, which is where you start to see some research. And this is probably the extent of it, because this is where you get really interested, but like start to have trouble finding the sources, where it starts talking about remanifestations of gods upon their death, where a god that dies, some have theories that they, over the ages, will be reborn as a new god, or a force of nature, or something of that sort. And some say that Ain was so powerful that upon being smout, she was immediately reborn as a new god, and that was Zendariel. And that's what you learn.
What would you have gotten with anything except a natural one?
You would have gotten stuff about the Harbinger. It's also I just kind of started talking. It was like, forgot about the role.
Can you? What did I find out about the Harbinger again?
Oh, so I would say this takes the better part of the afternoon. It's approaching around 4 p.m. at this point, 5 p.m. Getting close to the time that you know that the university said that you were restricted to, and that you would need to return to the manor. Similarly, Wiswick, you're getting to that point as well. You've been researching with Kaura through her books, through her journals, and you're starting to get close to it. And at the end of your time, she, after she's like made you a nice cup of drow tea, which most people don't like, but up to you. It has a lot of earthy flavorings to it, and it's not very floral. It's a little bitter. She does offer you a splash of brandy to put in it if you'd like, but this is sort of at the end of your time. And she says, Well, if you are staying longer in the city, I know that they said that you only had a certain amount of time here, but this is the nephew of Oik, my good friend. I'd be happy to continue researching with you, or at the very least do my research and call for you as soon as I find where he was going.
Wiswick takes the tea and the brandy and looks at her and drinks it and
Quite good. Okay. Well, I mean, I really would like to look into this further with you. Trust me, nothing is more important than this research to me. But I was under the impression that there were some pretty big restrictions in this in the academy, the Aegirian Academy. I feel like I wouldn't want to impose.
Oh, nonsense. There are no restrictions for a magister. I could read any book in this tower.
Oh my.
Could you like promote me or something so I could walk around?
I may be able to escort you throughout. And if you stay long, perhaps you can get the same access. Or perhaps some of the guest lectures that Owick provided. If we can see what your research is, if you are researching actively. But if you're staying
I am.
long, like Owick
I
did.
mean, Alex taught me everything he's ever known, so I'm pretty great. If you haven't really realized by now, like I could definitely become a magister, probably faster than anybody that you know.
Oh, well, you do not share Owick's humility, but you certainly, certainly, your jovialness reminds me of my old friend, and I would be happy to show you around a bit more. We'll talk later about any official role you might take on to gain any access, but I don't know.
Of course, yes. We wouldn't want to rush things. A proper procedure, of course.
Certainly. Well, Wiswick Netherrock, it was a pleasure to meet you, and I look forward to future endeavors. Exciting work, research, continuing your uncle's name and legacy. It's admirable. Family
Thank
is,
you.
is everything.
I've been trying, and I must say, thank you so much. It's been a long time since I met somebody who I can talk to about this type of stuff, and even though we've just met, I feel like you have given me something that I've been searching for a long time. A little bit of hope, perhaps, for what I've been searching for, and I just want you to know that if you need anything, I've got your back, buddy.
That sounds more like Oik. Here, a gift before you go. And you see she rushes behind her desk and starts opening drawers. And you see she sort of takes out this rune, a stone with a rune on it, an illusion rune. And you see she places it down, and she does the same magical formations that she did before. And then, sort of, instead of opening the illusion up, you see she sort of focuses it into the stone. And then you see she just sort of taps it, and you see the same illusion come up of the stone, the Archon stone. She says, if you would like to, at the very least, observe, look deeper into what its appearance is, to know what you are looking for. And she hands it to you.
Yeah, could I ask, is the runes on the relic any similar to the language that me and Oik use to encrypt our spellbooks? Because in my backstory, I had mentioned that there was something like that.
So it the runes across it, they are similar, I would say. They're not, you are having, you'd have to observe more of the illusion to really see, because the way the illusion is, they're like sort of bands of runes wrapped around the core of the stone. You would have to take some time to look them over a bit more to identify if they're the exact same runes. It's not the runes wouldn't be something that Oic himself created in this illusion. This would have been a image that was put together through the research they did together to try to understand exactly what the Archon core would look like, based on other notes that they've read. So it's not. I wouldn't say that it's the same runic language, but it is similar.
So, Wiswick would just be like,
Well, yes, some of these runes do look similar. I'd like to research it. Thank you so much for the gift. I'll be on my way now. If you need to get in touch with me, I'll be staying at the General Kinsley's estate. You can look out for my familiar here.
and I summon Jet just to show him off. Like, I just do the reveal from the trench coat.
This little guy can be our messenger if you're comfortable with that.
Don't see why not. You can absolutely leave him here. I can see how you got into the academy with high friends like General Kinsley.
I did tell you I was pretty great, huh?
I suppose so. Well, have a good night, Wiswick. I'll see you
Good
soon.
night, Kawa.
And she returns to her notes, returns to her own research as you leave the university. And at this point, you would notice that it is getting later, and it's around 4:30. You can go and find Curon if you would like.
Okay.
Hey, Hendrix. I'm just gonna find Curon. I don't know where he's at. This might take a little while. Don't wait up.
And I just run off.
The one good thing is, well, I suppose you all were escorted here, so there would be, Hendrix would be here, and so would Curon's escort, waiting for the two of you to finish.
Okay, great.
All right, well, you would be able to catch up with Curon. Curon, at this point, I would allow you to do one more roll for research.
Well, so here's the. Oh no, I'm gonna take this and then.
Wait,
I would like to.
what?
No, let's do this, and then I have to go to the component shop after this. If that's it.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Okay.
That
Oh, that's...
Every time.
Well,
I got
that's
a 14.
good roll.
okay. You got a 14.
Yeah, we could tell.
So with a 14, and I'd say with less time to research also, because you spent a lot of time on your first wave, you would
But
be
we're
able
focusing on just the Harbinger.
Exactly. You would eventually, kind of in the last bits of time you have, find a book deep in the library. And you would find this in the an area that is dedicated solely to Kiris Re text, things that they found in the archaeological sites in northern Sverwold. And what you would find is a very brief paragraph in one of the journals of one of the Kiris migrants. You would be reading a translation of it too, because the original text. Actually, interestingly enough, Curon, you would find the original text and the translation. And the original text, the Elvish in it, is very similar to Elysian, where there's kind of like, amongst all Elven languages, there are some common commonalities so you can speak to one another. And sort of the way you give your greetings to Valen, those are sort of common elven expressions that match each other. But the specific Elysian language is the oldest Elvish language on the continent. And the original source language would be similar to the Elysian, almost as if it was another branch off of the original language that this language and Elysian were from. But you would still kind of rely on the translation. The main thing you would get is there is this passage in there that is a recounting of the last days in Aldalor before this fleet fled. And it largely talks about a figure known as the Harbinger. And it particularly says something to the sorts of, "We were too late. We were too late when the Harbinger came. Ignorant to what was going on underneath our own empire." And upon his arrival, he followed. And it's really all you get, because there's not a lot that is mentioning the Harbinger. It's a figure that is in your this is the first time you've noticed anyone else mention it. So it at least confirms the Harbinger to not be a new agent in whatever's going on. This is someone, an entity from the Morrisier conflict. They helped usher in the conflict. And I suppose with 14, you might get a little bit more out of this particular journal, in that there are descriptions of the Harbinger in there.
Oh.
And they say that he appeared like a man, like a human man, though taller and broader. And sort of like the perspective this person's writing in says, like, we underestimated him, thinking him another foolish human sorcerer beneath our station, beneath the Dominion. But once his flesh cracked and blackened and the green fire underneath shone bright and his eyes narrowed upon us, we knew our fates were sealed. In that moment, cloaked only in shredded rags of his robes, he ushered in the final assault. So the gist of it, and the notes from the researchers say that the Harbinger was some sort of human sorcerer that was, or some humanoid sorcerer who was uplifted perhaps, or served the Wayward One and helped create the conditions for his assault on divinity in the world.
Cool.
Okay. As you're finishing this research, you would hear from around the bookshelves the little voice of Wiswick looking for you. As the two of you reconvene, just as you see Hendrix, out of breath, running from behind one of the bookshelves, having chased Wiswick all over the academies. It's time to go.
Oh, hello, Wiswick. Hendrix.
Good
was
news,
just-
John.
Ah, yes.
I think I've got something. I've been this Calra person. She was very informative, and she wants me to continue researching with her. I think it might result in some fruitful experiments, research.
Very good. Yes, I'm been discovering a little about the Harbinger myself. Some more time here, and well, we might finally get some real answers.
That's awesome. We should totally compare notes when we get back.
Of course. Let's head out. I do have one errand I would like to run before we return.
Yes, let's do that real quick now before we reconvene.
All right, let's do it really fast so that way
Of
Hendrix
course.
gets some exercise.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
And they run
And
together.
they
hand in
and, and Kieran and Hendrix runs after you.
and
Kieran, what would
unnamed
you?
guard.
Well, yes, an unnamed guard. What would you like to? What are you in search of?
I am in search for 250 gold pieces worth of incense and 4 ivory strips worth at least 50 gold pieces.
Okay. Oh, I know what spell this is. You can
Can't
easily.
believe I
find-
missed this.
Yeah, it's a great spell. You absolutely can find those. You don't even need to leave the university grounds. You can actually go.
Fantastic.
There are vendors that come to the university because they know like this is the hot spot to sell reagents. So
Of
you can
course.
easily like there's an incense guy here. There's an ivory guy here. There's everything guy here. So there's diamond guy here. But you can definitely you can definitely
Diamonds!
get that. You could definitely get that. No problem.
So I have a question.
Mhm.
If I'm being Wiswick, I would ask questions about this specific spell.
Kieran, what are we getting all this stuff for?
One moment. And yes, sir, you said your incense is the best incense. I only want the best for my divine goddess. Yes, thank you. Sir.
Well, yeah, it is the best here. It's the best we've got. It comes from Eastern Tressex.
Eastern Tressex, and why is their incense better than, say, the Oxlandish?
Yeah, because it is. Now, here it is.
Oh. Well, I
If
guess.
you want your
anyway-
ivory too? Go talk to Douglas.
Douglas? Okay, of course, thank you. Thank you, kind sir. And he pays him the
Yeah,
money.
give me
and
that.
I
Yeah,
turn
all
him to
right,
Wiswick.
all right.
Oh,
You
I
forgot a
don't-
gold piece, sir. You forgot a gold piece.
Oh, yes, my apologies, good sir. Here you are.
But
Yes.
hold on, wait. What if I want to cast the spell? Do I need to get incense for you?
If, yes. If you would like some.
What's the spell? I need to know.
Kieran likes his secrets. He's the one in the know now.
Well, I'm surprised I didn't think of it earlier. I've recently remembered a spell that Ilyuvanya planted within my mind.
How does divine magic really work? We ask ourselves.
That with these reagents and a little bit of time, 10 minutes to be precise,
And a
I
little bit of
can-
luck.
yes, and some signalings and rituals, I can learn more about any piece of lore. Legend lore, if you will.
So
And the two of you discuss legend lore while you're heading back to the manor.
I buy what he buys, just letting you know.
Okay.
Well, you
It
just
should-
need the ivory doesn't get consumed, just the incense.
So
does.
250 gold pieces worth of incense. All right. So
I'll front the ivory.
So Timber and Cal are back in the manor after getting some lovely kebabs.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
you got a real nice lunch after learning some things.
Cal almost brought us to the vegetable stand, and Timber was not about that. There's-
Backbeak barbacoa.
yeah.
Is there anything the two of you would like to do this afternoon before they come back?
Cal's on vacation.
Yeah, I mean, Cal is still like burnt up from the recovering from that fight.
I'm a little peeved that nobody has invited me to a ball with Cal. That should have been like pretty much within the first week sort of thing. So I'm a little bit Not even
Politically
deep.
insulted.
just like a little like, what? What do you mean? What the hell's going on at this place?
Why have I not been honored?
Yeah, but not in a greedy way. Like
No, yeah.
It had a little bit of like, oh, come on, guys. But now it's actually like, yeah, I don't know, actually, now that I think about that. So, what's going on?
Okay.
Timber.
say?
Yes. Timber would review the notes for the alchemical compound for this buffed soldier. These
You're researching what they discovered goes into the enhancement potion.
Correct. Yes. And whether or not Timber can actually do it with what the general has.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
11.
11. So, based on kind of like you would assume that there might be some of these reagents still down there that could make this. It takes you a long time. With an 11, it takes you most of this afternoon to really piece together what you best surmise is the ingredient list. And 3 out of the 4 ingredients you're completely unfamiliar with. They're not reagents you've ever worked with. The last ingredient is a simple
Cinder Lily?
it's not cinder lily. It's it's a simple actually no, it's not simple. It's exactly what you would think it is. It's elemental water. That's the one you've heard of because that's the one that is the base liquid for these potions. But the 3 ingredients that make up essentially what creates the enchantment are unfamiliar to you, even with your extensive alchemy knowledge.
Okay. Do I know the names of them, though?
Yes, and I will send those to you. And you can piece together some kind of hints at where to find them based on the notes, especially if you keep the notes. As you're moving forward, you could piece them together and try to look for them if you wanted to.
Maybe the next day. But yes, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right, Scarlet, what are you doing?
Making my dagger.
Excellent.
Hard at work in the forge. Banging away on that anvil.
Excellent. So primarily during the day before and this day, Senric had worked with you to take the shards of your father's dagger that Thatcher had destroyed while he held you captive. Melted them down. You started to create the mold. It's in the crucible. You're starting to work on it. Today you have the actual melted down and reformed, remolded metal to work on, to temper, to shape, to sharpen, all of that. You will be done with it if you work all day today.
100%.
You'll be done with the blade. The hilt is going to take you longer.
What if I work all night? Will I finish it?
We'll do a roll for it because the hilt you want to make is pretty elaborate.
Yeah.
But then you'll be exhausted, and then your skill checks will be bad, and then it won't be a good dagger anymore.
I appreciate that you did that in my voice.
Yeah.
Scarlet, give me a smithing tools check.
Strength plus proficiency. Is that what we said it was? That's fantastic. That's a 22.
All right, I say if you pull an all-nighter,
Doing it.
you will be able to finish your dagger by the next day. You will have 1 point of exhaustion, though.
That's fair.
All right. Kieran.
Real quick, on my way back, is there clear epoxy and or resins that exist in the world?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to purchase a small amount of that.
Okay.
Making dice.
I would say if you're looking for clear epoxy, it would be a bit more pricey. That will cost you. How much are you looking for?
Like this much, not a lot. Like enough to cover.
Are you gonna make your own
One
minis
whistle.
inside of D&D?
Oh, I think I know what you're doing.
Okay. The resin is going to cost you that much. Resin is not actually going to be that expensive, but it'll cost you 5 gold pieces.
What a racket. Yeah, okay.
If it was not clear resin, it would be much cheaper.
I guess it could be like tinted red, but nah, we want
You can buy some inks to do that.
Nah, that's okay.
All right.
Huron's
Cal, you
not
had your
that
hand up.
crafty.
Yeah, I did. Once we got back to the manor and before Timber did any of his other crap, Cal would be like, "Oh, hey, by the way, you're gonna get more use out of this than me." I'm sorry, he would say it like this. "Oh yeah, by the way, you would get more use out of this than me," and give Timber the bow that I recovered from.
In the, I guess I could use this, but why don't you use this?
I don't really engage at range often, and while it might be useful, I have a short bow that'll cover at least enough of my needs until we actually get, mixed up in the fight, as it were.
I have to learn how to string with these talons.
You should just string it when you're a human, probably.
You're probably right.
You can only use the bow for 1 hour a day.
Drawing it also is an issue. I see your point.
I'll just sort of say that you identified the bow at some point in the last day and a half that you've had it. It is,
You already told us it. I'm sorry.
What's that?
I thought you already told us about it, so I apologize.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of get what it would do based on how they were using it. It deals. It has it has 4 charges that are recharged dawn each day, with a roll of a d4. That each of those charges deals an extra amount of damage. It essentially focuses necrotic damage into your attack. It'll focus an extra 3d8 damage into an attack. With the longbow, it does not require ammo, and the arrows that are shot from it disappear after impact. It can also operate due to the blades on the limbs of the bow. It can operate as a melee weapon as well, dealing 1d6 damage. So it's essentially a short sword longbow.
Nice.
Extra 3d8 damage 4 times a day.
Okay. Could you use real arrows with it?
Yes, you could.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah, you could definitely use real arrows with it. And it only works if you're attuned to it. If you don't attune to it, it's just a regular longbow / short sword. I'll make the item in D&D Beyond soon. All right, so you all are, or most of you are gathered back in the manor. Is there anything you would like to do now that you are all together? It's around, I'd say, with everything you all did, it's around 6 p.m. at this point. It is the 6th of Quenvala. What would you all like to do? Maybe discuss.
Shall we prepare something to eat?
Yes. Let's go have dinner together in the kitchen.
Yes, let's talk
Sounds
about
jovial.
weird. Says Cal walking by towards the
Can we get
I picked
one
up
of
these
those-
nice
I know
meats
I want to talk to you
as a
about.
wolf.
She's not a talk while we cook. It's fine. She's not a chef.
Yeah, she's not a chef.
Woman?
Yeah.
Can't Gwendolyn get someone to do it for us?
Most likely, yes, but it's okay. We don't want to put General out more than he normally is. My guess is his personal chef is with him wherever he is.
Yeah, on day 1 of here, she said that there is no chef here for you. You have just access to the stores and the kitchen to cook for yourself.
Which Cal is a little like, come on, really. But
Yeah, it's definitely like Cal. For the first few days you're here, you're like, this is insulting. This is insulting.
but I'm not that person anymore, so we're doing okay.
Huron's
Alright.
fine. He can make
So-
his non-meat medleys all he
Huron is
Yeah.
whipping up some salad.
Yeah,
while
Timber's
is cooking up
marinating
steak.
some meat. Yeah, making a side. He's making a whole meal while Kira makes the salad.
Wiswick and Cal are sitting there with their ales.
So, boys, what did we find out today?
Oh, boys. Sorry.
Well, I believe I shared this with you, but this doesn't actually happen. The handwriting of those letters we found in the general's study belonged to the leader
Magister
of the
Prime.
Magister Prime.
Really? I don't remember if we talked about this, but if we didn't, that doesn't surprise me.
Yes, it seems that he's involved with this whole kerfuffle as well.
I think that all that means is the general's experiments were probably state-sponsored then.
Correct. It seems that Heinrich's young age has given those in power around him they're doing stuff.
Yeah,
Maybe
or
with or without his blessing.
I think is actually just more likely. From what I know of the general,
Fair.
he's definitely a loyalist by every stretch of the imagination.
So,
I doubt he would do something explicitly around Heinrich's permission.
so this
Are
is
you telling me that I was right the whole time?
What?
That Kinsley's up to no good.
No.
Well, a little. He's not as good. Well, I guess he never really said he was a shining beacon.
Yeah, no, we knew this.
yes, we all know that the sky is blue.
What?
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
But I mean,
yes, it's not good, but I don't think it's any different than most of the places around, like most kings would authorize.
Well, the
so
death of
what
their
did,
own subjects is.
Yeah, it's.
what did they have to say about the ley lines, though? I wasn't a part of that conversation.
Right.
The ley
Ley
line.
sanctums?
The lay
Yeah, the
lay
ley
sanctums?
sanctums. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Do we have electricity
turns
here?
out-
Do we have landlines?
I said
As
lay,
it
but
turns
okay.
out, yeah, Hollingsworth, the benefactor of those experiments, is actually the arbiter of Magister Viridian, who was Cillian Fox's teacher before he was expelled.
Right.
And Viridian called for the arrest of Hollingsworth last we saw him. So we'll see how that goes.
So in short, we didn't learn too much, other than we figured out who Edmund Hollingsworth is.
Yes,
He's
I
big.
found out very little concerning the Harbinger. Though I did find some things out about Zendario. She is an interesting divine entity whose origin, well, it's... And then Kieran explains what he learned. In a way that he sums it up a lot faster than I could.
Fade to black, fade from black.
Fade black, fade
That
out
is
of
a.
black.
That's pretty interesting. Now,
I'll say
My turn?
I'll say you due to the fade to black nature of this, this went all the way over. At the end of your descriptions of Zendario, you would hear the kitchen door open, and you would see Gwendolyn coming in, and 2 large guards. And she just looks in and says, "Gentlemen, I'll be leaving for the evening. If you need anything, send me a message. I trust you won't leave for your own safety tonight, given the conditions of late. Your
we have plenty of food here.
companion- Certainly. Your companion Scarlet, I suppose she is staying at the forge again.
Yes, that has been her schedule of late.
I will make sure to send someone in the morning to check on her. Please do not leave the estate. If you do, alert me. Have a good evening and a lovely supper."
And to you.
And to you.
She bows and steps out. The 2 guards do not leave.
Kieran
I
stares
didn't.
at them for a moment. And then
I
turns
also
to look at
stare
his
at them.
companions and just arches his eyebrows.
Cal very carefully does not change his expression whatsoever and continues as if they were talking about this the whole time. So have you tried like a vinegar in there? In that
Yes, I put an acid in. That's. Oh.
Yes.
Hey, guards. I kind of want to have a private conversation with my buddies. Can you just like go somewhere else, just for a bit?
Yes, it
Yes.
is rather rude.
You see, one of them doesn't look at you at all. He's just staring across the opposite side of the room. The other one kind of looks down at you, Wiswick. Sorry, mate. Orders.
Would you like some meat? We don't have a lot of salad left, but I bought too much beef.
any kind of meat. Oh, beef. It's like, dude, you like some meat? Just nebulous meat from
We-
that
we-
plate?
Don't worry about us. We're just here for your safety.
Are you sure? I can whip up some more food. You got to be hungry from.
Doesn't sound like you're here for our safety.
We already ate, and do not worry. We've served the general for many years. We know how to turn our ears off. Go ahead and have your conversation.
Do you want to sit?
John, while we're eating and or conversing, I want to spend 2 minutes to analyze them, and as many minutes past as I can.
Certainly. Remind me what you're looking for with that spell or that feature.
Yeah, I can get a lot of things out of that. One moment.
And in that whole time, Timber is trying to be friendly with them.
Yeah. Timber, give me a persuasion roll
Oh,
to see how friendly they get with you.
can it be deception?
Yes, I'll allow it to be deception.
Oh, really? Okay.
Because you don't, I doubt Timber actually likes these guys, so it kind of is deceiving.
Yeah, he
And
does.
you're also trying to, yeah, it's probably more deception than persuasion.
Okay, well that's a dirty 20.
The one guard who has not acknowledged you guys at all never warms up to you this whole time. He is ever hand on the hilt of his sword, staring across the room. The other one, there's a point when he like looks at the other guy, looks to you, Timber, starts to smell some of the meat cooking. Oh well, you know, I'll have a bit, just a bit. What are you drinking there? Well, I'll have an ale too. I think I'm gonna have one ale. It's no big deal. The other one kind of just like side eyes him with like a very serious face, like, "What the fuck are you doing, man?" And he just sits down and grabs an ale. And as soon as he's down and sitting, it's gone. His authority is gone. He is just sort of like, "All right, any of you play dice?"
Oh, we play dice.
And Sean, I can get out of that strength score, dexterity score, constitution score, armor class, current HP, total class levels, any fighter class level.
You said that too fast. Type it into the chat and send it to
Just
me.
like most things, just like most of the things about them. I
Yeah,
feel
Just
like.
send their stat blocks to Tim.
But yeah, just send that list. But just post that list in the Discord chat, and I'll give it to you. But he actually does kind of like sit down, and after a few moments, just does say like if you guys don't continue your conversation and just start talking, kind of like buttering him up, he will be like, "Hey, you all want to play some dice?"
Yeah, why not?
Ale for ale.
What are we
Ale for
playing
ale.
for?
I don't know if I could do ale for ale. Well, I got a few coins. You hear the other guard like, just like
Wiswick would
straight
lean
up
over
dead
to
face
Cal.
towards him.
Wiswick would lean over to Cal and just whisper in his ear.
Should I curse the stick in the mud over there?
No,
Oh, come
No.
on, that'll be funny.
he's just doing his job. It's okay. Relax.
It only lasts like 8 hours. It'll be fine.
Totally
I'll wake up with a bad headache in the morning.
out of his wrong orifices. What's he gonna be doing?
Oh, what are you doing talking about there?
Oh, nothing.
We're talking about whether or not you want to play for paper or for coin.
The other guard does another. and this guy's
At this,
he finishes his ale and sorry mates, I don't think I can play.
No.
We understand. Thank you very much, and please, anytime.
We have more ale
Stand-
if you want some.
He stands up and he starts walking back to the other guard, looks to you, Timber, and says, maybe after my post is over. All right, if you're still left later. And he
We
comes back. He goes back, and then the other guard actually like taps him on the shoulder and then turns him and walks him out of the room. And they're out in the hall for a few moments.
can I hear what they're saying?
Give me a perception check.
Your ears are old.
I don't know if Kieran's taking like listening to what I have to say, but Kieran, I mean, Wiswick's gonna take advantage of this moment that they step out to reveal his illusion tool that was given to him by Kalra and show it to everyone and just be like,
Hey guys, now that they're gone, this is what I've been looking for. If you can think of anybody who can tell you about it, it's an artifact. I think I'm on the right track. I just wanted to let you guys know before they came back.
and I just I put it away.
So what does it do?
Wiswick, one thing that you would have learned during that like 4 hours you were working with her is that Owick believed the stone was the key to accessing stored memories and knowledge of the Zirf Neblin. Like the idea is it was a part of a greater construct that would give knowledge of the past, direct first source knowledge of the past. That would be literally an entity that had the memories of previous generations.
So to answer Timber's question, he would say quickly,
Oh, just boring stuff, unknown knowledge, secrets of the past, that sort of thing.
I mean, most magic things are pretty neat. Boring. So it just stores knowledge.
Not
Is
Ryan,
it-
what did you get?
32.
Jesus Christ! Even when I set the DC high, you beat it. Granted, I guess I set the DC not that high for you.
I was gonna say 30 is like 35 is unobtainable. So if you never want me to hear something, just set it at 35.
No, but this, you would hear this. They're right outside the door, and that's a high. This guard is scolding this other guard very hard. And you mainly hear him say, listen here, Wesley, I know you like to socialize on the job. But you heard our orders. Listen in. Keep an eye. Make them squirm. If you can handle that, you can get the fuck out of here and get someone else in here. Understood? Yeah, all right, mate, yeah. I'll fucking listen. I won't talk to them. I don't talk to them. All right? Just be... We talked about this, Wesley. If you're gonna be a part of this group, you gotta have discipline. Yeah, mate, yeah, it's like, you drink their fucking ale, eat their fucking food. We're not here to make them trust us. They don't fucking trust us. They don't trust you. And they shouldn't. Go home. Go home. You done too much tonight. Get out of here. You're fucking kidding me? What's going on? Why the fuck do they care? And you hear him kind of wandering off in the hall, and then you would hear the door moving as that one guard comes back in.
Oh, where'd Wesley go? He's not feeling too good.
Something came up.
Yes, well, something's come up with me as well, fellows. I think I'll retire for the night. I don't know, I just get all squirmy right now. And Kieran walks out of the room, looks the other guard dead in the eyes, and minor illusions his eyes so that they twinkle.
He does not break eye contact until you leave the room at that same. Well, his eyes narrow a little at your comments. But Kieran leaves the room as you're all finishing up your meals.
I do the dishes.
Timber helps.
Okay.
And then I pour myself one more ale, and I go, well, I suppose I'm off to bed as well, and I like toast to everyone. Just the room at large. And then I go up to stairs, but I'm not going to my room, Sean.
Okay.
Yeah. Timber pours an ale, but puts his feet up on the table and starts chatting with Wiswick. Hey, Wiswick, do you have any good reads or any books that you don't care about that you carry with you?
I have a bunch. Recently I've been doing a lot of research, but there's probably some up in my room if you want to take a look. I particularly like this one novel. It's about how the guard profession is just a huge waste of time.
Oh. And I should get that one to read.
Oh
Nice.
yeah, it's really fun. A lot of good guard jokes in there.
Oh, like
Those of you who left the kitchen while these two talk about books, you would notice a marked increase in guards in the hall. There are, in this immediate Great Hall area, 4 guards on the main floor. 1 on each mezzanine. And 2 at the front gate on the inside. Cal, strength 20, dex 18, con 18, armor 18, HP 110, 10 levels of fighter.
Copy that.
I think we found his super soldiers.
Not necessarily. They might be able to get there with a, but that HP is that's beefy. Those are beefy boys, and that's a really good stat. So you're probably right. That might be these might be his space marine.
Yeah. The Primarch's the general. Primarch Kinsley.
So, Cal, you said you were not going to your room. Where are you heading?
I was gonna go up to our wing, but I was gonna find Robert and Embla.
Okay, easy enough to do.
And I was just gonna say, hey, don't spread out. Let's get ready for a quick departure in the next day or two if we need to.
You
So
see,
keep things packed and ready to go.
yeah, Embla looks at you, and like when you came into her room to tell her, she just like holds up her pack and says, "Well, as soon as the break-in happens, I knew we needed to get the fuck out of here."
Have you been, by the way? I feel like we haven't spoken in the last week and a half.
I've been doing my own thing, mostly hanging out with Robert.
How's he doing? I'm about to go see him. But...
He's a weirdo. He's a weird fellow. I really like.
Probably like that's. I think he's probably practicing, to be honest.
He is. I mean, I will not lie. He has some potential. Whenever we have sparred, he is certainly eager, but he is a bit of a. My mother used to always say, "Is sloppy feet." He's got sloppy feet.
Klutzy would be the
Yes.
Oxlandish. Yeah.
Yes, and as much as he knows how to sharpen the blade, he knows how to keep it well crafted. He knows how to balance. But as soon as you get into sparring and you get into different movements, he just rolls on his face.
Well, it's something to work on then. We'll spend more time on that in the future.
Yes,
Well, like
but
I said. Oh, go ahead.
I've been teaching him the maintenance for his goods.
Excellent.
And a little bit about sharpening and maintaining steel. So, but
Thank
yes, you're right. I do not like the vibes in this hall, and we should leave very soon.
Agreed. Well, stay frosty, and then I leave.
Hey, Smokey?
Yeah, sure. I don't know. I just made it up. Tried it up for size,
Yeah.
and then I go to the
Alright,
next
when-
room.
You walk into Robert's room, and he is in his underwear, long sword out, in a stance, just sort of like, ha ha. Oh, shit! And he just drops the sword and immediately puts his
internally,
hands
I'm
over
laughing.
himself.
Internally, I'm laughing, but externally, I'm like, I'm angry that you're doing this without permission or whatever the hell it is I'm angry about.
Mr. Cal, yes?
Hey, Robert. Good evening.
Yeah?
How's it going in here?
Just practicing.
Mm-hmm. You shouldn't practice without somebody correcting your form. You're gonna fall into bad habits. I will allow you to do weight training while nobody's watching, though. So if you want to do lifting or any of your calisthenics, then that's fine.
Calisthenic.
No swords without either myself or Embla being there to correct your form.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. I'm
Yep.
sorry.
Sheath it. Put it away. Thank you.
Yeah.
And sheath it.
I
I say,
slowly-
pointing to his stick.
He picks up the sword, sheathes it, and then he pulls his pants back up.
But I did want to let you know.
Flip that.
Be ready to move quickly. So keep your things packed back in your bag. Get them out of the drawers that I assume are in here.
Yeah, there's dressers.
Yeah. Keep them in your bag. It's possible we'll be making a quick exit to the next few days.
Oh, I thought we were staying another week.
Have you noticed the amount of guards in the Great Hall over there?
Oh no, I didn't. I mean, I
Okay.
noticed Gwendolyn was asking me where I was going when I was just
Exactly.
getting a kebab.
The vibe, as Embla says in this city, is getting a little sketchy. So
Oh, she did say that. She did say it was weird how there were so many people here now.
I also didn't receive an invite to anyone's party or salon. It's very strange.
What?
Right?
No,
I don't understand either.
that's
Point is-
ridiculous. You're hell.
Well, I'm not that. I should have at least. I merited at least an invitation to somebody's party. You know.
Oh man, I mean, I'm
mean, it's
not.
not the
I'm
season,
not gonna lie, Mr. Cat. You know, I was like, oh, I'm in a big city.
Actually, it
With
would
my
be
new with my new master, and like, I might get to see some parties or something.
right. Well, we're all disappointed. So keep your things packed in a bag. Put your fucking sword away. Stay frosty. Walk away.
And he like gives you like finger guns at Stay Frosty, and then you see him open his drawers, and he totally completely unpacked. Like,
I imagine he's like me. Tim is in like a hotel room where all of
Yeah.
a sudden my bag just explodes everywhere, and I'm like, wow.
yeah,
I've been
yeah.
here for a night. How is there this many things all over?
Okay. All right.
And then I'll probably go to bed and like
Yeah.
finish my meal quietly.
Scarlet, do you
Yeah.
have anything over in Senric's Forge as we finish out the night?
Yeah, what's as we're working, or I'm working on one thing, he's working on another. Would there be like a time to just like chat?
Well, yeah, there'd be a
Yes,
point
ma'am.
where you're working where the shop would be closed, and he would not be working
Mm.
because he works to live, doesn't live to work.
Sure.
And
He said,
I'm Senric. I'm Senric. He would be cooking though at this point. Like, you're working hard. There would be a point when he would come into the room and bring you a watered down ale and a large hearty meal of potatoes and meat. And he would bring that in as you're just sort of like hammering away, finishing up the blade itself, tempering it before beginning your work on the hilt for the evening.
Mm-hmm.
And he would kind of like, as you're working on it, he would stop you. I think that's enough for today, little one.
Oh no, I want to finish it. I'm so close.
Yeah, well, you'll need some food then. He'll kind of just drop this bowl in front of you, and he has his own, and he'll kind of sit at his workstation. At first, his back is to you while he's eating.
Cedric, can I ask you a personal question?
Takes a big gulp from his flagon and sort of just lifts one leg over the bench. So he's not facing you, but he's half sitting on the bench. He's still eating. Not much for Sharon, little one.
Well, can I ask the question and then you decide whether you want to answer it or not?
That's up to you.
Do you have any family?
Had a brother. Don't know where he is.
No?
Oh. My family comes from the north. Sivia. Brother got... Well, let's just say... wasn't much for artisanal work. But... parents died young. Came down here to work.
Were you and your brother close before he left?
And he sort of, you see, he's just sort of like shoveling potatoes into his mouth. And then kind of like stops at a point, like as you ask this question, kind of sits up like maybe this is the first time he's even thought of that question. Maybe. There may have been a time when we were lads. Yeah. Yes, yeah. At one point. But,
What's
you
happened?
Well, give me a charisma roll of your choice besides deception.
Persuasion. Yeah, 14.
What do you know, little one, of the Scotlands?
Not much.
The Biting North, they call it.
Never been up there.
The myths say it's ruled by a cruel frost giant. But in the forests of the Fimble Wood, raiders rove. Orc, human, tabaxi. Terrorizing the villages in Sivia. Even so brave as to go into Alicia. Raid the southern portions of the Mordinari Hollow. I'll tell you what happened to my brother, Oscar. Well, he joined one of those raiding parties. Life of a tradesman, craftsman, simple, making cast iron for whoever. Silversmithing, iron, was not for him. He wanted the taste of adventure. And he got it. The cold north. He left, and I've not seen him since. And that's when I came down here, little one.
Do you miss him?
No. My parents died. He made his choices. And I made mine. And I don't look back, little one.
Is that how you don't miss him? How do you do it?
Give me another persuasion roll.
That's better. That's a dirty 20.
So as you hear kind of like the rain pattering against the roof of the forge, it's very quiet. There's only light is the forge itself in this room. As you can see, Oscar is shoveling more potatoes and meat. He's finished his food, and at this point he's just sort of motioning, eating. You look at his much bigger form than yours. He's Oscar, it's his brother. Cedric is at least 6'4". He's got the grayish green skin of a half orc. You can see he's got sort of his tusks are they're not shaved down, but they're like ground down. Like he grinds his teeth a bit. He has that receding hairline that he has, where he kind of has the ring around the back, and then some little wispy bit that goes all over the place. He's got the Bernie Sanders. And he just sort of like he puts the bowl down and the spoon down.
Sorry if that was too far. You don't have to answer.
No, little one. The truth is, I miss him every day. But what can I do? I have no idea where Oscar is. In the biting north, he's probably dead. Knowing the north.
If you did see him again, even though you don't know who he is anymore, would you still want to see him?
Of course. I'd do what I didn't do that day. When he told me where he was going. I yelled at him. Screamed in his face. And how he was a traitor to the family. No better than a highwayman, a crook, street rat. But if I could see him today, no, I'd say none of that.
What would you tell
Brett.
him?
Wouldn't tell him much. Embrace him. I'm not going to change my brother, little one. But I can love him. And I would if he was back here today. Maybe it would change him, maybe it wouldn't.
Even if he'd done terrible things, you'd still love him?
My brother has done terrible things.
Mine too.
I'll always love Oscar. But I'll never excuse his bloodlust. I'd hug him, tell him I am there for him, for the difficult road ahead to redemption. And I'd beat the shit out of him.
Thank you, Senric. That's helpful.
Well, you've got a long night ahead of you if you're doing any more of your fancy fucking filigree. A blade is good and sharp and right. You could just put a fucking wooden handle on it and be done, but
No, I don't want to. I have an idea.
well, forge is yours for the night.
Thank you.
As he walks by, he kind of tilts the food at you. So eat, you'll need it.
I will.
Get to work. All right. So, Scarlet works all night. Cal goes to bed. Timber, I think you may have had something.
Yeah, so I imagine at some point Wiswick and Timber would be walking back. Wiswick would be carrying an ale or two, and kind of like playing off that he's drank a little too much. He hasn't. I mean, he's drank, but not too much. And then when we get to our hall, is our hall, does that have a guard in it too? Like our
your
suite?
wing?
Yeah, our wing. Yeah.
Yes. You would notice that as soon as you enter, anyone who went to bed would notice as soon as you entered into your wing, there's the one guard on the mezzanine outside of your wing, and then you would notice there is a second guard inside the hallway of your wing.
Okay. So Timber is gonna follow Wiswick. Like, oh, Wiswick, can I get that book that you were talking about?
Sure, yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah, alright, I'll lead the way.
I think Wiswick kind of is kind of like, I don't know if he noticed that Timber's faking it as much, but he didn't drink as much as he wanted either. Like he planned on working in the morning, so he's not getting completely wasted either. I open the door to my room and I leave it open behind me for Timber, and
Timber closes
I go.
All right, what's going on?
Timber lowers his voice and grabs Wiswick's shoulders immediately. Wiswick, there's something important that I need you to do. First off.
Yeah, I figured this much.
Okay.
This was coming.
Anyway, I need that book. First of all, there is. Listen to this. Listen to this.
I don't actually have a book like that, Timber.
God damn
I was
it.
just trying to piss the guard off.
You don't have any object that doesn't have any importance that you adore or something.
You want something that I
Wait,
want,
hold on.
that
Are there any books in this room? and it's like
It's Wiswick's room. Yeah, there's a bunch of books.
There's
a lot of
it was
books.
like okay. All right, Timber's just gonna pick a random one off the shelf.
Okay, you
do
can definitely find like random books in his room. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, no! Are you gonna break that? I like that. I want that one. Here, let me pick.
Okay, fine.
I get something and I give it to him.
Okay,
Less
so
important.
all right. Look, I don't care what this is. You see it, you know it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you scry on it?
Do I have to?
Are you able to scry on something that you
Yes,
know?
I can do it.
Okay. I need you to remember this book. Okay.
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 But
And
did I ever tell you about the scrying orb?
I don't. I know about
It's
scrying.
not exactly that safe.
Okay.
I mean, if you tell
The
me your
book
plan,
is the
and
book is the finer features of fermenting foul mushrooms.
Thank you.
Foul fungus, Sean. Come on.
Damn it! I gave up. At the end of it. That's what happened. The finer features of fermenting foul fungus.
Yeah, Timber reads this and then says, Wiswick, this is a good book. Why are you not care? Fine.
It's all up here.
Yes, yeah, whatever. Anyway, there's a second thing I need you to do. Tomorrow morning, there should be less guards in the hallways. I need you to come in my room and check on drunk Timber, okay? What that really means is I need you to make me invisible for the morning. While you're going
Okay.
downstairs to get breakfast, okay?
Sounds fine.
I'm going to speedrun through the generals to the general's office. Now
Wait,
take
tonight? Can I come?
No, not tonight. That's a dumb idea. Look how many guards are out
That's
there.
later. Okay. All right.
There is a teleportation circle inside the general's office.
Now I
If it-
really want to come.
No. If I put the book there, can you scry on it and get the sigil circle?
Can you bring Jet instead?
No. I'm not bringing a bat with me.
Yeah, but it's less dangerous for me.
You don't need to come.
I don't want to go someplace that has. Look, you're not going that far. It's perfect for Jet. I don't want to waste spell slots. I don't want to use a magical item that might send me to Carcery. Not a good idea.
I feel like Wizard would know that scrying only works on creatures and not objects. Just not
Also,
to get too
scrying only works on
lawyery.
creatures, not objects.
This plan is useless, and Timber throws the the book on the side of the room.
This book is a mimic.
Sorry.
Just use the bat.
I put the bat from I pull the bat out of my clothes and I put it on. I hand it to Timber.
Can't you just use him? This is a perfect plan. We could salvage this.
Oh my god. Okay, fine. First off, we need to see how many.
Jack can't blink through keyholes.
Right.
You can go through bars though.
Yeah, but there's keyholes.
Because
4
keyholes,
bars.
yeah.
Yeah, but if Timber has Jet on his person as equipment,
No, it
No.
does not work like that.
No, this is a folly plan.
Yes.
go.
I mean, I can open. I cannot do that. That's too risky.
Why don't you just draw the
I don't have
thing
time.
to
I'm
the
going.
best of your ability?
I don't have time to do that. There's a security system in place. I could die.
As you two argue about the logic of the plan that won't work,
Right.
quietly,
Anyway,
uh,
I'm going to bed.
you all find rest for the evening and wake up the next morning. Kieran.
Before he goes to bed, Kieran would like to use the clear resin, to affix the cinder rose lily ember thing to the front of the glamored +1 leather armor on its chest. He would then like to cast Legend Lore and say Harbinger.
Ooh.
Tell me your secrets. Tell me all your
fuck,
fucking
fuck, fuck,
secrets.
Spill it, Sean. Spill it.
I just spent 550 gold pieces on this. If you don't get me something good, I quit. I'm gonna just fade into the moon. So give me something good, Dan.
He's gonna fade into the wood. Where he belongs, the moon.
Right. All right. Kieran, describe to me how you cast the spell, just for flavor.
So you can have some time to look at your notes.
Yes.
All right. So Kiran, so he first, affixes the cinder lily via resin, and he's starting to like pack up his stuff. He's got like 6 things going at once, slightly uncharacteristic of him. He tends to focus on one task at a time, but there's just a lot going on. So he gets out the 250 gold pieces of incense, which I don't know if that just means they're really freaking nice incense or if it's like a bulk buy. And
I think it's
burning a lot of incense.
I think it's meant to be like enchanted incense that is very nice. I don't imagine you, because that'd be like a fucking like a laundry basket of incense.
Well,
I almost imagine it's like the whole circle is just incense that you
everybody
burn
wakes
at
up with
once.
a horrific headache because they
it's like,
barely had any oxygen. It's just like, oh my god,
my eyes are so dry. Yes, so you formulate the incense circle around you. You burn it.
One strip in every corner.
Yeah, it starts to the room begins to thicken with the enchanted incense as the ivory is placed down. You cast the spell. The ivory, you see runes ignite across the ivory and light up the whole room. A shifting, almost aurora borealis of color across the room. As any fire in the room that's not part of this shifts to a bright turquoise color. So if you have your hearth going, it will the fire in itself will shift as the whole room takes on this color, and your mind expands out into the universe as Ilyuvanya is weaving strands together, pulling them from across existence, time, and history, tapping into the planes of existence you've never even heard of, to grasp back into the past and space and time to bring you a few visions of who the Harbinger is. The first vision you get is of the creation of the Harbinger. You watch as your mind's eye comes out of this haze and into a chamber in a large hall hewn from stone. This is a great hall that seems to be built into a mountain. You see light pouring in from a hole in the ceiling, Tomb of Balin style.
I knew it was coming.
The Lord of the Rings reference. On a, at first, what looks like a tree to you. But upon closer inspection, the tree looks to be made of flesh. Blackened flesh, as if burnt, with veins of green light shooting through it. The tree is growing from a central point, and its roots, it's almost like a reverse roots, where it spreads up into the top of the cavern and latches itself into the ceiling of this cave. This tree is in the center of a court, like kind of like a courtyard, that before it is a bridge over an abyss that leads to the gate to this entrance. Behind the tree is a throne. Above the throne is a ripped banner that portrays that that same circle made of concentric lines that you saw in Killian Fox's carvings in his office. The same sign that you associate with the Wayward One, based on the research you did into Killian Fox and whatnot. You hear a voice echoing in this darkness. Well, I'm afraid. I'm afraid you failed me. You've done nothing but ruin every single one of our machinations. You are the lowest of my servants. Trail of the gnome. Your inability to retain Urdavein, and your failures in Hadria will not go unpunished, Faust. I will extract every ounce of you and make you into what you ought to be. And then you would see a figure sitting on the throne, a human with a pale face. His entire neck is covered in burn marks that leach up the right side of his face. He has this pale, dried out white hair that's swept back and is about medium length. He has a stern look on his face. He is tall. He is wearing these robes. Next to him, he holds a glaive that is made of similar flesh of this tree. Yes.
Does he look similar to someone I've seen maybe when I crossed over?
He does not.
Okay.
But I will say, with the nature of legend lore, the voice, although different from the person you met, bears the same essence. This voice that sounds different is the Wayward One. And you would see, yeah, you know, some guy. You would see standing at the base of the steps of this throne is a figure who is completely garbed entirely in cloak and armor that is black in nature but has a opalescent shimmer throughout it. And it is a figure that has a mask over their face, a hood up. Behind the mask, you can see the light of their eyes, which look like starlight. And they are stepping up this throne. As this person is almost stuck to this throne, as you can see, roots of that flesh-looking tree are writhing up and latching onto the arms of this individual as they sit in the throne, almost dead-eyed as they stare towards this figure approaching them, as they just whisper, "I have failed you, Master. I have failed my people. Yes, you have, Faust. Losing the pirate to the demons. I have made deals with stronger entities. I have made my moves. You have one service left for our cause. You will truly be as I am, one of the last slaves to divinity." As he approaches him and touches his chest, and you see the roots of that tree lunge into his body, diving into his flesh and through him as he starts to scream in pain that you've never heard before. The only time you've heard this screaming is when you heard the souls within Maya screaming out. As his flesh begins to blacken and crisp up almost, and you can see green fire beneath his chest as he wails. And then at the end of the light and pain and the roots writhing, his body lays still, the hair burnt all away, the clothes, the robe, the fine, beautiful robe he was wearing mostly burnt away, as he just lays there on this throne. And this figure, the Wayward One as he was at this time, steps back. And you see 3 lights ignite on the Harbinger's chest. One green, one red, and one blue. As the Wayward One steps back. No rise is my harbinger. Come forth. And you see he slowly stands up as the roots break away from his arms, as he steps down, and the figure that is the Wayward One, this outsider, reaches his hand out into the chest of this figure and pulls out his heart. You are now an extension of my will. Do what is expected of you. There's nothing left of Faust. There's nothing left of your rage or your desires on this earthly plane. There is only our divine goal. And your vision fades from this scene at the creation of the Harbinger.
That's it? That's all I get? Nah, just kidding. That was really nice.
You
I
got
enjoyed
so
it.
much lore from our home campaign. Don't even.
Yeah,
It's
except for there's
important.
one problem. There's one problem. I am not in your home campaign.
I'll tell you about it later.
They're based on what you've already discovered, I would say you get one more vision from this.
You always ask for more things.
Yes.
It's rude, but you do it.
Yeah. So this vision, you sort of are pulled out from it, and you can see kind of like the spell is starting to fall apart. Like this was a lot for you to envelop. It pulls you back and brings you to another scene where you see that same figure that what essentially looks like an overcooked marshmallow of a man. It's like the best way to describe what his skin looks like is like that charred part of a marshmallow,
Yeah,
but
like
with fire behind
slightly
it.
like puffed out almost.
Exactly.
And like the recesses are,
Exactly. 100%. And you see this expressionless face as he is moving through a great, magnificent hall. Like opulent as fuck, greater than anything you've ever seen, more ostentatious than the halls of the dead in Ferrismore. And you see these great banners of purple and gold bearing this great eye on them. And you see two figures that look like they are wearing the armor of the Kirisri relics, actual in their timeline soldiers of whatever group the Kirisri came from, approaching the Harbinger. He waves a hand and they turn to dust before his eyes, their helmets and armor falling to the ground. As he approaches a central point of this hall, where you see a great well in the center, where you see magical energy weaving off of it, an open lay rift that is exposed. It's not part of a sanctum like you've researched. It's just there. And you watch him approach it, and you watch him dip his hand into it. And from his hand, you see a black ichor infect this font to the point where it consumes the light of it. And in the center, you see it sort of whirlpools to a green light. As you see the Harbinger sort of stands from this, his eyes almost closes his eyes and lifts his head back as if completing a task he was charged with. As you can see the ground starting to crack around this. The entire structure starts to crack all around you and collapse as it is burst out And you can see, looking around you, the floating debris of this. You are hundreds of feet in the air at the top of a tower. Below you is a city that is made up of 4 circles. As this storm of stone and banner and cloth whips around this font now, as the Harbinger has dipped his hand into it. And he holds his hands up, and you can see the world around is starting to darken as there seems to be a burst of energy coming forth from this font. With the spell Legend Lore, you can understand this was the Harbinger's final act in the Morrisir conflict. And it was essentially leading the way for the Wayward One to have full access to the material plane of existence. He was opening the doors.
Nice. My hand hurts a little.
Would Kieran recognize the orb that he used as my orb, or no?
He didn't use an orb at any point.
Okay, well then I misheard something. Never mind.
The Wayward One did pull his heart out at one point.
No, this was second half.
Yeah.
Did the heart look anything like the heart I pulled out from the mice?
It did.
Cool.
And that's what you see.
Yeah, so Kieran goes to his pack and takes out the heart and just kind of studies it for a moment.
Give me a Arcana check.
With advantage because I just saw it in a vision.
Sure.
Yes. See, folks,
Ask and
always
you
ask.
shall receive.
Well,
Ooh,
that was nice.
That was a good crack.
Oh, sorry.
Ah,
Arcana's 15.
Please, no ASMR.
damn. 15?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you pull out the heart, you would notice it has the same features of the flesh of the Harbinger and the tree that was in that space. It is blackened, and it has the veins, anywhere there would be veins, glow a light green color. This heart is inert, though. It's not beating at any point. When the Wayward One pulled the heart out of the Harbinger, it was still beating as he took it.
Okay.
This heart is not actively as he disappears.
This heart is now not actively.
Couldn't handle all the lore.
Yeah, the lore.
All
In
the
other news,
lore.
Cal is having a dream.
All the lore.
At this point, Cal is
Got it.
At this point, Cal is dreaming about being home and the cinnamon buns at the bakery down the street that not his mom, but his servants would pick up.
Sorry, it was bound to happen at some point.
Yeah, you didn't miss much. But yes,
Right.
the heart is not beating, but the one you
Right.
saw was.
You guys mind if I do some sendings?
This is the time to do it.
All right, real quick, we got 3 sendings. I'm gonna start with the quickest and one that you don't have to respond too much to, but I just wanted to check in with Elspeth,
Mm-hmm.
say hi, see how she's doing.
When you check in with Elspeth, largely what you learn is that her and Taramron are approaching the heart of Taramron, the forest. They have essentially been given access to the Wood Elf lands and are heading towards where they are being designated as refugees, essentially.
All right. That actually wasn't one of the ones I'd written out, but I forgot about it. All right, Wayla.
Yes.
You start with
It's Wyla, yeah.
Woola. Doesn't matter. He's gonna not refer to her by her name because
Yeah.
that saves everyone. He goes Anono. No, Anone. An. It's like kinswoman in Elvish.
It's all good.
I
She
try,
understands.
guys. I try really
Anemone.
hard. I fear for your font mother. I have seen the ancient ash of the Feywild crumble before the pallid king in a vision. Twilight blessed.
You would get a response that would start with Puella Veli, which means brother of the moon in that common Elvish. Then we have seen the same things. Mendrick and I are staying with some of his kin. Tomorrow we are seeing some of the commune leaders of Teramran. I hope that you are well.
Real quick, he's gonna send back and just explain who Elspeth and Terramran are, just to make that connection so that they can hang out and be like, "Yeah, we both know the Wayward Five. Whoa, celebrities!"
Easy enough.
And then he's going to send a message to his cousin.
Yep.
And he greets her in a similar fashion as he does with Wyla Anone. I know we have not seen eye to eye recently, but you must know Queen Ayla is not what we believe her to be.
Buen valu, senora. She answers first. Moon, watch over you. How can you say such heresy? How can you betray the court? Word around the village says that you have lost your mind out in the rest of the world. Speaking of prophecy, as if you were the undying one yourself. I did not think that you would go the way of my father.
Huron responds, I would never assume to be Crescent Heart. She gave me a vision, so I followed. Was that at Shannon? Are you counting for me? Was
You're
that
good.
25?
You got 10 more.
Oh, okay.
Hugs and kisses.
Fuck 25 words. That's stupid. Kieran sends as many as he needs to get.
Yeah,
this
you're
out.
good.
He's
You're
got
good.
shit
You're
ton. He says to hide within the Sinvosi peaks and to not learn of the outside world keeps us in ignorance. There are many answers to be found beyond our realm. And that is Queen Ayla's greatest mistake.
Why do you say such things? The outside world is barbaric, brutish, foolish. They kill each other. They war, they pillage. All in the name of I don't know what. Sinvosi Peaks protect us from that barbarism. Queen Ayla is our leader. Aeti palestra sinu. Mother save you.
He responds, their barbarity is not in question here. Simply the knowledge that lies in these lands. Another is assuming the manifestation of Ilyvanya's plane, and it does not appear to be Ayla. Where she draws her power, I do not. Whether it is divine from Ilyvania, I do not. But in my communes with our divine Crescent Heart, she has told me Ayla is not of her.
Give me a persuasion roll. As family, I guess.
Yeah.
DC is pretty high, and this is not your perception.
13.
You are a liar. Like the seers said, I did not believe it at first, but you confirm it. Queen Ella is our only hope. Even now, I am accepted to serve at her behest or at the temple's behest. We go to Therismore within a month to truly serve our goddess. What you do is not service, but heresy.
You listen to one, the word of Queen Ayla. I listen to many, the words of Ilyvania, of Astraeus, and others. Zendariel, Aedra. I have come to find that the divines work in larger combination than just one individual. It is this unity that we must seek. And it is this unity that will bring us the answers to salvation.
Give me a persuasion roll one more time.
8.
Etole suklesane. That's all she says. You are not my kin.
Kiran responds back. Siar masiko toya shamwa, which means to bury your head in the sand is a fool's end.
There's no response to this one.
And with that, Kiran goes out to the patio, the overlook, does a perception check. Oh wow, it's a 15.
It's cold.
It's cold. It's still raining. No. With a 15, I mean, what are you particularly looking for out in the balcony?
It's more that it's almost like a scarlet habit that he's forming now, where he's just looking and searching for anything. He's looking for guards patrolling the area. He's looking for red cloaks. He's looking for shadowy specters hiding in the corners.
You don't see any of that. You do see guards in the street where there wasn't before. The guards were lighter before.
Mm-hmm.
You see a lot more guards. Even on the ramparts of the upper area here. And then you look up to the sky and you just see a cloudy night with the dim light of the moons behind it and the dimmer light of Vero behind them as well as rain pours down.
Kieran gathers his things, and then out on the balcony, tiny huts, and meditates there for his.
Can Wiswick send a quick sending?
Sure.
I'd like to shoot a quick message to Uncle Oek.
Go ahead.
And in traditional Snurf Neblin, we'll start off with a little Belfa Aldelfa, which means you cheeky old boot. You didn't tell. I'm not done yet.
Which means you piece of shit.
You didn't tell me Carla was drow. Gave me a fright. Searching for the arcane core. Bet you forgot about that one. Love, Wiswick.
And he would just respond, and you would hear him in his response be like, because he was sleeping. Wiswick? Arise, drow. Leave the Underdark, you see. The people outside are not like down there. I have met many drow, even beyond Kaura. They're very good people. Leave the old prejudice behind. I thought I taught you better.
Yeah, that's all he says. He's not wasting.
Okay.
He's not guessing sending again.
Love and kisses. Good night.
Alfalfa.
Alpha. Alfalfa. That's right. Smurf Nebula is just alpha over and over again. All right. So, next morning, what are y'all doing? It is the 7th of Quenbala.
Hey, Cal, you piece of shit. That's common for, hey, you piece of shit.
Yes, hello. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Should we go check on Scarlet? She has not come back for quite some time.
Yeah,
I'm
we
not-
probably should.
As much as I want to trust these guards, I'd like to see her for myself.
Yes, agreed. But first, a small chore. Sean, I'm gonna go check our horses' readiness for immediate departure. I'm not saying I'm like saddling them, but like I'm
Yeah,
getting
they
all
are.
that are like next to them. Okay, just be like bang bang, let's go.
Okay, yeah. So it'll take you a little while in the morning, but you can definitely make it more so it's like a quicker process. Are you trying to make it so that you, like, everything's ready to go in the sense of like they could leave in an instant, or are you trying to get things close to it so you would have a shorter time getting
I
to
don't
it?
give away that I'm saddling our horses, but I'm trying to make it so everything is like all the stuff we're gonna need is right next to them, but it's not on them.
Okay, I see. So you're getting them ready so that it would be the quickest possible escape without suspicion.
Plus, I don't want to be mean to our horses. I don't
That
know.
would be quite
I
mean.
just have some getting the heat, you know.
Didn't catch that last
He's
part.
getting the heebie-jeebies.
Heebie-jeebies. Cool.
And then I would be like, yeah, Tim, we can go down and go see it. And I would tell with that they do that and what they want to do.
Underwater.
Yeah, your
I
audio's coming
think
in
he
dirty.
mentioned me.
I've changed
Wh-
nothing. I don't know.
Much better.
You're
Well, now it's
in-
better.
Yes, I'm going to tell Kieran and Wiswick what Timber and I are going to be doing and going to visit Scarlet and invite them if they'd like to come.
Okay.
Wiswick's banging on Timber's door.
Come out! You weren't feeling well last night. I'm checking up on you.
Timber opens Cal's door, and there's, what? Looks down the
Oh,
hallway.
shit, okay.
And I run that,
That
way.
plan was canceled.
Cal comes back into the stable.
Would you two like to accompany them to go visit Scarlet?
I
Sure.
appreciate the offer, but I think I'll stay here.
Okay.
All
Bye.
right.
And then we leave.
Yes, so you two are heading down to the Thunder Arsenal. You already know where it is because you were already told where it was. Scarlet, you are passed the fuck out.
Yeah, on my workbench.
You fell asleep 2 hours ago after you
Yeah.
finished your dagger.
Ugh, am I
The
still
last few details are kind of sloppy.
here? Sure. I'll
You
fix
know,
it.
like there's at least one petal on the flower hilt that like
Yeah.
is janky and kind of
Yeah.
like you're like, oh, I don't really like it, but I'm
Eh.
never gonna fix it because it's too much time. um, but you are asleep at your forge as Cal and Timber around 10 a.m. come to the Thunder Arsenal, and you can knock on the door. And who answers is this 6'5" half orc, Senric, who looks down at you two and goes, "Can I help you?"
Hi, yes, we're here. We believe our friend is here, Scarlet.
You're not one of those guards, are you?
I looked down at myself like, come on.
And then he like looks at your pet wolf and he's like, "Fair enough. Come on in. She's asleep in the forge. She was working all night."
Oh, well. Actually, I will wake her up because this is...
Senric is not. Senric doesn't wait for you to say that. He goes and walks back there and just smacks her on the side.
What? I'm up. I'm working. I promise.
Your friends are here.
What?
Your friends are here.
Oh. Hi.
Good morning, I say, and I come in with a fresh baguette I bought on the way here.
And Senric comes out from the other room with some bacon he was making.
Oh,
Yay!
All you need is some eggs. You got yourself some sandwiches.
Hi. Cal.
Hello.
Hi.
Well, it's been I don't know, like a week, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Honestly, you honestly haven't seen you like it was not a few. It was a few nights ago that
Right.
actually no, it was like at least been 3 days since the incident.
What have you been doing here? I say, breaking some loaf.
Well, I find that the forge provides me some comfort in times of distress, and I made this, and I show him my new dagger.
I would like to grab it and examine it and do all sorts of cool knife tricks with it, you know?
No.
And then I...
No.
Yeah, no, I do it.
Don't do that again,
Oh,
please.
it is remarkably well made.
Excellent.
Like you know Scarlet, like you almost like before you're like, I think Scarlet like wants to start forging when it's a hobby, but like this is really good craftsmanship. And like the hilt, the flower, you notice the one blemish from the last hour of forging, because you would.
It's not that noticeable.
But only Cal would notice it though.
I also
But
on it. I would be like,
yeah, it does look like noble forged filigree.
yeah. This is excellently done, I say, and I flip it around so I hold it.
Can I have it back, please? Thank you.
It's excellent. Well, it's not going to break. Well, it looks great. Point is,
Just finished
really
it.
love it.
Thank you. How are you?
Well, you know, we're okay. To be honest, I've just kind of been tooling around. We had a meeting yesterday. Yes, yesterday with the Magister Viridian. He knew who Killian Fox was. He was his old pupil. Fox got basically kicked out of the university for some spooky stuff. Yeah,
Right.
I don't know. You're doing research that was like illicit or something. And then we found out Edmund Hollingsworth. We found out that he was actually the arbiter of Magister Viridian and was funding Killian Fox's stuff. So he was arrested. And that's the last we heard out of that. So that happened. Also,
Lots of process.
wait, are there guards around here?
So,
Outside, yes.
so
Then
Timber is going to crack his bones. Wait, hold on. Is what's his name, Mr. Forge Man?
Senric.
Yeah, Senric.
Senric.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Respect.
I just learned his name.
No, you know for 3 weeks.
Cedric is there, but if you start to transform, he will grunt and not care.
Okay, yes. Timber will grunt and... I meant... Timber will transform, not grunt, not care, definitely not.
Cedric looks at you when you do this, and he goes, lycanthropy?
I guess, kind of. And then just doesn't answer, doesn't pay attention to it. I'm not going to eat you.
Yes, he does this. It's fine. Hi.
Hi,
I am gonna leave you all with some privacy.
Thank you, sir.
Henry.
Yeah, things have been great. While Timber is talking, he's gonna be writing on a piece of paper. Just like a general description of what we found out from the general, of his dealings in the basement.
So you're gonna like
I'm gonna catch
play
her.
small talk and then
Right.
send the message. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
catch me up.
yeah. I'm
Got it.
gonna
Exactly.
fade to black.
Got it.
All right. So as you give every single
from
possible
black.
detail of the bread and bacon that you're eating,
Yeah.
you inform Scarlet of what's been going on.
So one final thing, maybe after I watch him pass her that thing, pass her the paper. There's been a definite increase in guard presence at the manor.
Oh. I've
so
noticed
Scar-
that.
Yeah, Scarlet, you would notice that they've been checking on you.
Yes, they've been rather obnoxious,
Mm.
checking on me.
Well, they're saying it's because of the attack on Sir Dog's Day, and I couldn't remember what day it was, so I combined a bunch.
It was Mondog.
It was a
Mondog.
Mondog. Okay.
Come on,
The
Tim.
attack on
Mondog.
I didn't remember what day it actually happened. All right, I'm
It's
sorry.
always Mondog.
Fine.
Every Mundog, 7 p.m.
The attack on, they're using the attack on Mondog as an excuse, but I think there's even far more security than there should be for that. And they're better armed than they should be for normal guards. So point is, be ready for a rapid exit.
All right. Well, I suppose I should come back with you and get ready.
I mean, I don't know if it's today. It might cool down. Maybe there's something going on, but we've got. It's not good. It's got some bad feelings about it. It's got that.
Alright.
That was.
Hey.
How's Kieran?
Oh, he's good. He's been at the library a lot with Physic. He's been catching up on his research, learning a lot about his deities. He'll catch you up later.
Good.
Grand cosmic stuff that us three are just not qualified to handle. Mostly that.
Right. How's your meditation going, Scarlet? Have you been?
No.
Okay.
I've just been so busy. I've been helping Senric with his commissions, and then I was working on this, and I got caught up in it, and I haven't been practicing.
Okay. Just as long as you keeping yourself busy, make sure to try again soon. I'm getting kind of hungry.
We're literally eating while we're talking.
Oh, I didn't realize this food was for me too.
Yeah, I broke it. Yeah. let's
You
go.
gave
I'm good.
Scarlet the brisket,
So,
but you didn't
Cal
give me any.
and Timber leave to go get Timber's second breakfast.
Breakfast.
Second breath.
If you want us
couldn't
to bring
just
us
leave
back
it
you
at
more
one
food,
little
let us
breakfast.
know.
Scarlet,
Yeah.
what is your plan? Are you gonna head back with them, or are you gonna go back later?
I'm gonna check in with Senric. Does he have work that needs to be done today?
There's some work that you could do, but like nothing important. Like you helping him over the last 2 weeks has put him ahead on his commissions. So like there's a lot less work than there would normally be.
Mhm.
So like there's stuff you could work on, but nothing important, like in the sense of urgency.
Mm-hmm.
Go be
Well-
with your friends.
You sure you don't need my help?
You've been
I can
working
stay. I can
You've
stay.
been working 2 weeks straight. Take a day off.
All right. I'll be back.
Come back
tomorrow.
later if you want to, but
Sure.
you're always welcome back if you need to work some energy, but you don't have to work for me today.
I give him a hug.
He is uncomfortable.
So is she. She doesn't hug people.
You hug him and he's got his hands up.
Yeah.
He's got a red hot blade on prongs in one hand and a hammer in the other, and he's like,
I just you don't know how much you've done for me these past couple of weeks, so I just thank you.
well, you still have to work tomorrow.
I'll be back first thing, I promise.
All right.
I take my usual long way home.
Yes, you wander through the sprouts. Shannon,
Mm.
give me a perception check.
You got it.
Cal, you can give me 1 too on your way back.
That is a dirty 20.
You are being followed.
Oh.
That's a dirty 20.
You are being followed.
Do I know by who?
No, but you notice that
Do
there
I know
is-
by whom?
No, but you notice. No, I'll say for you both. You notice that there are eyes on you everywhere you go. Scarlet, you are trained in knowing when you are being watched. You are being watched by a myriad of people. You're being watched by eyes in the street, whispers in the street, people who are being given silvers, coppers, golds to watch people.
Okay. I want to try and do like a labyrinthian. Is that a word? I don't know. I want to try and lose the tail.
Labyrinthine would be the word.
Labyrinthian or labyrinthine.
That. I want to do that.
Give me a.
The old duck and jive.
I want to say.
What?
I don't know. I'm trying to think of what to do for that. Like, I guess it could be intelligence or dexterity.
Depends on
Could
how
it
she
be
wants to do it.
stealth?
Could be stealth. It could be acrobatics.
Sleight of foot.
Stealth. Why? Oh my god. Stealth.
Stealth.
Yeah, of course it's stealth.
Yes. The
Ooh, that's a dirty 30.
Whoa.
All right. Well, you definitely.
We all thought it was a natural 30.
Cal, you also notice that you're being watched by several marks in the streets.
Okay. I'm just going home.
Scarlet, you.
It's a percentile dice. You can get a dirty
Yeah.
30. Or
Sure.
a natural 30, sorry.
Scarlet, you are able to dodge the last person you noticed watching you.
Okay.
But literally 5 to 10 minutes later, as you're walking through the street, someone else is watching you.
What is going on? I don't like it. Are they like doing anything or just
No, you're just all it is your pattern recognition. There's no one like following you with like a knife in their hands. You're just noticing every now and then someone's watching you. They otherwise shouldn't be. And you start to almost get paranoid where you see someone like watching you and like they probably might not even be spying on you.
Sure.
But you know someone in each of these crowds you pass through is watching you intentionally.
Anytime I catch somebody's eye, I want to do like one of those like what? Like wait, what?
Yeah. All right, so this is the better part of the morning. We're approaching the afternoon. What would y'all like to do?
Do I make it back?
Yeah, by this point you're home.
Okay.
during the day, how guarded is it? Is it just
Same as it's the same layout as the day before. Gwendolyn is back at that front desk in the first area, but you notice the same 4 guards in the hall, 1 in each mezzanine, 1 in each hall. 2 at the door, 2 outside the door.
I'll go. Oh, go ahead, Wiswick.
Okay.
Scarlet, you haven't been back in a while, so you're noticing all these guards for the first time.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I was gonna go find somebody to talk to, one of my friends, and be like, "What the fuck?"
Wiswick doesn't want to lead on too strong with Kalra, so he's gonna send his familiar to go, like, basically be a messenger bird and just say, like, hey, just following up, like, hit me up whenever you're ready and I'll come to the academy.
Sure.
And
Real
and
desperate.
yeah, call the next day. Exactly.
Texting first the next day.
Scandalous.
But yeah, Wiswick's probably going to be comparing notes with Kieran.
Yeah, I
all that
imagine.
stuff in the morning.
I imagine you all are doing your typical day-to-day routine. Maybe since Cal's kind of on high alert, maybe getting ready to leave at an instant if necessary. I'd imagine maybe.
Yep, definitely packing up.
Is there any business you want to sort through in the early afternoon, late afternoon?
Does the general still want to talk to me?
Not that you know
Um,
I would like to cast Legend Lore on Arcane Core as a concept, but that can wait.
you know the Legend Lore spell?
No, but I could ask Kieran to do so. I bought the stuff specifically for that.
Okay. Well, we'll wait on that, but
Sure.
during Timber's gonna try to like gather everybody up and
okay, easy enough to do.
and try to find a secluded room. So we all pile into Timber's room if we all want.
Yeah, honestly, the only places you guys have any privacy is in your own rooms.
I only have one pillow though, guys.
What is with all of these? This is. Why is everyone?
If I may, if we want to be in total secrecy, I can bring about Ilyuvanya's tiny hut.
That would be ideal, Kieran.
Sure that we can't be listened upon. So give me 10 minutes if you don't mind.
Yes. That
While Kieran does this, what do you guys do?
what do you guys want for dinner later? I can pick up from the grocery store. Just small
Tiny
talk.
Hut is up.
Yeah.
All right, in the tiny hut.
Okay.
So yeah, I told you there was a lot more guards at the manor.
That can't be just for the court.
No, for sure not.
No, they're looking at us and watching
I know.
every move.
I know it was quite uncomfortable coming home from the forge.
So
The
why
guards, you remember the other night, last night actually, when that guard pulled the other guard out, he, where'd it go? Oh, he said that they were ordered to listen and watch us, and to, and I quote, make us squirrel.
Mission accomplished.
So clearly, the up in guards has nothing to do with the fact that of the assassins. They're trying to keep an eye on us, right?
Do we think the general knows that we got into his private wing? I stay looking at Timber.
Looks at Timber, yeah. The whole party just.
I don't think so, but he could have been. He could have been notified that somebody was there.
Have any of you talked to it?
No.
No.
So
Maybe that's the right thing to do. Tell him to lay off, face to face.
Oh, and then he just does it.
Confront him. He kicks us out.
Yeah, lay off, General. Okay. No,
I
he's
can
not.
simply send him a message asking the nature of this increased guard protection.
I don't think he'll tell you the truth.
No, I think that's a sensible idea. Scarlet is like 100% overcompensating and trying to like get back on Kieran's good side.
Of course, I could always message Valen. Him and I have developed a bit more of a trusting rapport.
that was going to be my suggestion. If we were to message anyone, I mean, we could just leave, right?
We could.
No.
We could try leaving.
And
We
then
could-
what?
I don't know, stay in an inn or a tavern or a hotel again.
That,
Do you
that
think
does
he'll
sound
let
fun,
us
actually.
leave?
Well, yeah, that's the point. If he doesn't let us leave, then we know we actually have to start, working
Leaving?
on how to leave. Yeah.
Well, getting out won't be a problem. I'm sure we can manage in the middle of the night.
I also
So-
the general. Two things to note: the general does have a teleportation circle in his room or study. I don't know if it's worth it to you guys for me to get that information. It could be
Is this a
dangerous.
place we want to come back?
A teleportation circle is very, very useful when trying to traverse the world. Not useful to me, but if we hang around like wizards, like this little man over here,
Kieran looks at Wiswick.
I looked around like, who?
I can tell you a few things. I mean, teleportation circle would be incredibly useful to have in the city, but perhaps we should look for one that's not in the general's manner. I mean, the
There-
fact that he has one is one thing, but it takes like a little while for me to actually use it. It wouldn't be like an escape route or anything.
University
And-
doesn't have one.
I wouldn't want to go somewhere that the general doesn't want me to use a teleportation circle that isn't even
Wait.
mine.
Wait, to Scarlet's
Question.
point.
The university must have one, right?
I'm sure if I message, but we don't have the powers to use a teleportation circle. So I think.
Wait,
this
does it teleport us away or does it teleport us here?
It's like
Well-
a point where you can go to or from.
So we can go.
It only teleports you
Two.
to the
Two.
spot at the portal. of
Great.
the
So this
circle.
is wildly useless information right now. We're talking about leaving.
Correct.
Why are we
I'm
talking about this?
I'm talking about future
If we ever need
use.
to come back.
We'll ride in the same way we did the first time.
All right. Do we
So what
want?
we need to do is establish. First of all, we need to establish if we're staying here. I would say,
Wait.
I say we just try to leave. Why don't we just try to leave?
Yes.
I agree.
Go to an inn.
But can I get to my second point? My second point is the general has even more information that he's hiding from us.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
But do we care about that information, or do we just want to?
I think it's more concerning that we're being more heavily watched at the moment.
Correct. I mean that always is going to be.
I'd be more concerned about what the general's doing right now than what he has lying in his basement.
How about we start with Kiran sends a message to Valen.
Yes.
That's good.
Of course.
Let's say we try leaving tomorrow morning. Or maybe afternoon.
Sure. So Kiran, go ahead and message him
Afternoon. I
Of
have
course.
to work in.
while we're all sitting around, so you can tell us.
I
what
look
he
at her
says.
like,
Yeah.
okay,
you wanna
you
are
go to
gonna-
work, I guess, and I'll bring you your stuff.
Are you gonna send the message right now?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Panoro. You know what? I'm just gonna he's gonna go Ramasira Patoria Sada Kurisarbanero. And then he sends it in Elvish as however many spell slots he needs to use.
Easy enough.
We've noticed an increase of superior guards within the estate. Is there anything we should know concerning the general's interest of the party?
In your common Elvish, you send this message out to the mind of Valen. You get no response.
I've received no response from Valen. Now, is it a no response as in it never reached like the
Give me an Arcana check to determine that. Like it didn't reach him, or is he ignoring it? Is what you're asking.
18. Yeah, did I have read receipts on?
Hard to tell.
Oof.
What did he say,
Well,
Kieran?
I reached out and I didn't get a response.
Did you get dumped?
I'm not sure it just didn't reach him, or if he's choosing to not respond. Shall I message the general?
Yes. We have to know.
I mean, he's not going to give us any useful information, but yes, go for it.
Just to say that we did.
Would it be more like okay if we tried using that teleporty thing in the study first before sending him a message directly into his brain?
No. Kieran sends to the general. Right? No, the teleportation circle is
Yeah,
to
no,
come
no, no, no.
together.
The circle is
No,
useful
I'm
for the
talking about-
future.
I'm
If
talking
he-
about the hologram that he showed.
That's a
us.
Astral
project
projection,
image. It's not
it's not-
that's not sourced on something. That's something he cast to speak with you.
This
Okay.
platform is quantum entangled.
Kuron, you're sending a message to the general.
Yes. General. Our deepest gratitudes again for allowing us to stay within your state and the assistance you've given us. We are merely curious about the increased security placed around us. Not the estate, around our party. I hope all is well. Tasaka. Love XOX.
Take a moment before you get a response, but you would get a response from General Kinsey. Huron, I am grateful for your your update. I apologize for the inconvenience of this increased security, but as you may know, I am the Duke of Mark of Gristrom. Gristrom is the stronghold of the Crimson Court. Their access into my halls is deeply concerning. And yes, a good portion of our security is for defending against Crimson Court infiltration. Not only to protect my own will, but to protect your companion, Scarlet, who, as I understand, is a target of theirs and someone I still would like to work with to meet their end. But you are not wrong to understand that I have instructed my servants to follow you a bit, to keep up on you. And I do so apologize for the imposition. But it is merely for your own safety. Gadolin is a dangerous place. And the world is a dangerous place, and you are my guests. I seek only your safety.
Kieran responds with a very brief, "Of course, General. Simply wish to clear this potential misunderstanding. Your concern is greatly appreciated. We were simply just squirming a little. Give extra guard."
He responds, "If you so wish, Kiron, I understand that you may not. It may be unsettling. If you so wish, I trust you all. Say the word, and I will reduce the guard. I will stop them from following you, stop them from checking in on you."
I imagine during all this, Kieran's eyes have kind of like glazed over and like he's like in a meditative stance.
Yep.
And he just comes out of it and he goes, "The general has said if we so request it, he will reduce the guards around us and give us more leniency. It's simply, as he states it, for our protection against the Crimson Court, an enemy particular to him given their origin within him."
All right, call him on it then.
Kieran responds to the general. "General, while we appreciate all your help, we find that we are more than capable of dealing in court. If there's any information we can give you, we would be more than happy to share it. But during this time, we could use the increased freedom to better go about our research into the greater machination of Paladin."
Tell him not to fire Hendrix. I like that guy.
Of course, Kiron. I'll do so at once. It will take some time to dismiss my guard. By tomorrow morning, you will see very few on the estate, unless you request it. You'll be able to move through the city freely with no one watching you. No escorts needed. Give me time to communicate with Gwendolyn and my guard, and you will be free of their watch. I trust you understand that I do wish to keep certain guards on the exterior of my estate, but those inside will be dismissed. Tomorrow morning, you will be returned to your original state of leniency.
Excuse me. Huron responds, "Of course, General, your protection is of the greatest assurance to us." Shit. What am I gonna say? I did not, something about like not meaning to be rude. It is your house. You may keep the guards you wish. And then he'll again offer, if there's some way that we can assist you for your hospitality, I, specifically saying himself, would be more than happy. You just understand some of the more paranoid members of our party. Cough, Wiswick, cough, cough.
I understand, Kiron. I'd be very much interested in speaking with you in some days. Not today, but soon.
That's it?
Yep.
So the general has said he will reduce the gods. We shall see it by tomorrow morning for him to get the orders through.
Just like that.
Just like
That wasn't so bad.
I didn't expect that play.
That doesn't concern anyone else? I'll say that again when he gets back on. That doesn't concern anyone
Yeah.
else? That he just gave it up?
Well, let's see what he actually
I don't
does.
trust it. I don't trust it.
I mean, words are one thing. Let's see what he actually does. If he follows through, if he doesn't. Either way, what is our plan here in Kedrolin?
Well, these guys are still doing their research. I guess Scarlet has a job. And
do you want to learn a
training
new?
Robert
Do
to check it out.
you want to learn a new game, Cal?
Yeah, maybe we'll see. Cal gets up and is leaving the tiny
Huron
hut.
dismisses the tiny hut and says to the rest of the group, "There's still loose ends that should be looked into. The lay sanctum in the mountains of the west. If I haven't heard back from Master Viridian, I don't know if he will reach out. But finding out what happened to Hollingsworth might behoove us. As well as, didn't you mention there was a meeting of the mind within the King's Court, Cal?"
Yeah, there was a Wittenmoot 2 days ago? 3 days ago? There was a
It'll be the
Wittenmoot.
meeting of all the Duke of Marks, which would include Kinsley, the kings of the other Quintarchy lands, and the Duke of Moorbridge.
I feel we are at a critical junction, and the more information we have, the better prepared we can.
You know, I would have assumed there was going to be like several gatherings at least around the Wittenmoot, like with everyone in town. It's a good chance to do a lot of political maneuvering. And we didn't receive any invites, even though we're in the Kinsley's estate. Even out of curiosity, I think people, maybe lower level politically, but they still would have invited us.
Al, you may have been complaining about this throughout this week, but this is the first moment when you're like, no, it actually is very weird
Yeah.
that the scion of Stormrain, not scion, but the
One of
a scion of Stormrain was not invited to whatever political gala typically occurs at the meeting of several dukes of Mark.
Yeah, and this is all of them.
It's all of them.
This would be party central. Everybody in
Yeah.
town would be having some kind of party every night, you know?
Like even just
They'd even
basic
just be
Enduran,
introducing each other's
basic
daughters to each
Enduran,
other or whatever, you know?
yeah, basic Enduran politics. Even if it was just the Duke, you should have been invited. This is an insult to your father by the Duke of Endurus. If that's why you're invited.
So I'm gonna actually figure some of that out tomorrow. See what's going on and why I say we, but I mean why we weren't invited to any of that. It's a little strange. All right, well, good night.
Isn't it like midday?
No,
going-
this is later in the day.
This is there the whole
Oh.
It's not like it's around. This is around. I'd say this is around dinner time.
Oh, well, bon appetit.
I'll go make dinner.
So unless
I'll
anyone
help.
has something specific they want to do, the night goes on. What is everyone doing during the evening? I'd say it's around 7 p.m.
Packing, having trouble falling asleep even though I was up all night. I'm very paranoid, so I'll take out some calligraphy and just kind of doodle.
Charlotte, give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, natural 20.
You do not get that second level of exhaustion.
Goodness.
Huron asks Wiswick, there was something you wished me to ask my divine guidance about? Cough legend
Yeah.
lore, cough legend lore.
Yep.
Wiswick goes and grabs all of the incense that he bought with him at the market and says,
Yeah, I think this would be really helpful if you can do your thing on a specific item known as the arcane core. You know, I showed it to you earlier.
Ah, yes, you showed it to me while I was listening to those guards talk about how they were there to listen to us. Yes, the arcane core that Owick had started looking for, that you have now assumed responsibility for its recovery.
yeah, imagine we're in a room where we could
Yeah.
quietly talk about this.
Yeah, in Kieran's room. The ritual's probably like still set up from the last use, and he just brushes away the and Kieran is a fairly organized individual, you know, like neat, you know, his pack is always, whereas whereas Tim spreads his stuff out like Robert, Kieran keeps all his things in the pack, takes them out as needed, but it is much more messier now, as he's just has all these things. So he clears away the old incense that's burnt out, lays down the new one, casts legend lore, beseeching the Crescent Heart to tell him more about the arcane core. Wiswick.
Okay, you would similarly feel the same experience where that Aurora Borealis light would consume the room, and then you'd be pulled through time and space and reality into a single point, and you would see a origin of something known as an arcane or archon core. You would see frantic gnomes rushing around as there is collapsing stone around them. As they would be approaching a large golem of sorts. Construct. And at the center of this construct would be a heart, so to speak, a stone heart. There are several of these constructs all around. And you can see these gnomes activating them in certain ways to defend them in certain situations, and then others accompanying them. On the periphery of your vision, you would see shadow ripping its way through the tunnels. A bulging, dark energy that's rippling through. And then your vision would shift to a different scene, as you would see a gnome in a trance-like state with a stone in front of it as he incantates an enchantment, as you would sense that he is imparting his memories into this stone. It looks exactly like the core of those golems that you saw, those constructs. You would then see a vision of one of these constructs in its more everyday state, as it is talking to a gnome, saying things like, accessing memories of glittering caves in the southern portions of the Underdark, regarding temples devoted to the diamond in the rough. There are exactly 3 temples in southern Underdark devoted to once known as Diamond in the Rough deity. This construct seems to be imparting knowledge. It is a knowledge-gathering source meant to be a collective memory of the Underdark gnomes, but also meant to be a everyday useful construct. Defense, labor, but its primary purpose is a library, essentially, of memory.
With this knowledge, Kiran, after the vision and the incense clears a little, yes, well, it seems this arcane core of the gnomes is a type of memory library that also serves as a power conduit for golem creatures. I saw visions of a gnome using enchantment magic to impart its memories within this stone heart that was then planted within a golem. And of note, it had information concerning a diamond in the rough, which had 3 temples in the southern Underdark. The way the golem spoke was very, construct in nature, very inorganic, unfamiliar to how sentience as ourselves would.
This is interesting news. I've heard stories of how the ancient people used constructs, golems that were gifted to them by the Diamond in the Rough to defend themselves and protect the caves, our homeland. But I never knew that they could be used in such a purpose. Kawa really hit home with this one.
Yes, it seems like quite the artifact. But I must ask, this diamond in the rough, what exactly is it to you?
I don't like to get my hopes up a lot, Kiran, but I've been looking for this, whatever it was, is the antithesis of my entire people. They used to worship this person. This being brought us together, created my whole culture, and showed us magics that are unique and powerful, and it's just everything that I ever wanted to have is surrounding this creature, this entity. I've been studying it for a long time. I even probably went to a couple of those temples that you mentioned in the southern Underdark, but there's so little information on it, and if I could figure out just anything to do with it, it would mean the world to me.
to cut away from this conversation one moment.
Mhm.
As people are doing other things during the night.
Sure.
Timber and Cal, what are you guys doing?
I would eat dinner, then work with Robert on his footwork for like an hour or two, and then go to bed.
Okay. Timber, what are you doing?
Tipper's playing with his, or figuring out and attuning to his, bow sword. His new bow. And he's going to check his pocket for anything, any messages, and, or, if nothing, then he's going to write his, brother a message, updating him on the general. And,
Excellent.
and that is all.
Cal. There's a knock
Yes.
on your door.
I look around suspiciously first, and then I answer it.
2 guards. One of them looks at you and says, Lord Stormrain, we are under the impression, under the intelligence, that there will be an attack on the manor tonight. We are bringing those who are staying here to a safe location. If you would not come with us to the general's study.
I listen first for other guards in the hallway as if they were knocking on everyone's room.
There are the guards, but they ain't knocking.
Yeah, the general study, you say. Excellent. One moment, and I like turn around and I grab my backpack and like my swords and stuff, because if we're expecting an attack, I'm gonna go armed. I'm not an idiot. And I say as loudly as I can, you've told everyone else, correct?
We are in the process of telling everyone. As we bring you over, they will follow.
Of course, yeah, no, we can wait in the hallway for them, it's fine.
We insist on bringing you to the study immediately for your safety as a lord of Endurus.
Mm-hmm. How many of them are there?
2.
Just 2? Do I
2
see any more in the hallway?
2 more in
Okay,
the hallway.
that's problematic.
Did Kieran hear this?
Huron, you are in the midst of your conversation with Wiswick and Legend Lore.
Did I fall asleep yet?
You are busy packing and you are not neighbors with Cal.
Yes, of course. I am worried about my friends, though. I basically, I'm going to keep up a running monologue as they're escorting me down the hallway, so as if to be like, wake the fuck up!
Cal, give me a performance check to see if your companions hear you. Things are kicking into gear, so I might have to go take a pee real quick.
It's a dirty 20. 16 plus 4.
Dirty 20, I'll say.
21, actually, sorry.
I'll say it
15
takes
plus 5.
it takes a little bit based on where you are in the hall and based on what you're doing, but I'd say Scarlet and Timber are the first to hear a slight commotion. Then Wiswick and Curon would hear it after that, but you would all hear that commotion after Cal has been escorted out of the hall. So he's back into the Great Hall and being brought across to the other wing. Before we engage in this, though, I'm going to say we're going to take a very quick 2-minute break so that we can use the bathroom. I'm sorry we're going a little bit late tonight, but it is the season finale.
And
Yeah.
someone just had
What
to
is
send-
happening?
BRB, folks. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to have a quick pee break before we jump into what's happening next. So, where we left off, Cal is being escorted to the general's quarters by guards. He's attempting to inform his companions of what is happening by being loud, but sneakily loud.
Mhm.
So, Cal, you're
Southern
walking.
California.
Cal.
No,
SoCal.
SoCal. Yeah.
SoCal, you are walking through the hall. You're walking through the hall. It's the light torches you can see through the windows above. That it is a twilight sky above. There are no clouds, stars bright. As you feel, you've seen a lot of things over the last few months, but being escorted by these two guards that you know the capability of is one of the scariest things. As you're brought through these halls, you're walked into General Kinsley's office, and you would see an immediate central hall where you would see a teleportation circle in the middle. You would see to your left is a raised study where you see all the bookshelves and the personal library of the general. Behind, in the back portion of the wall, you would see an ascending dais where his study is. You'd see a desk and all of his papers and research. To your right is a meeting area, essentially, where folks can come to discuss things with the general. You are brought in here. You would notice the several statues all around, and the guards would deposit you in here and say, "Stay here. Do not leave the premises. We will go secure your friends at this moment."
Yeah, okay. I nod, and I make as if to settle into this new environment.
You would also see, like, kind of like the ornateness of the general space. You would see the teleportation circle in the middle of the room.
Yeah.
And you would see the windows are all beautifully displaying different scenes of Oxland history. They leave. During the entirety of this, Wiswick and Curon, as you are discussing legend lore, the arcane core, you would notice, Curon, you would notice this with your passive perception. A light outside. At first, you think it's a twinkle of a star, but then you...
Why are you laughing at that?
I don't know, but that's legitimately what I meant to say. You do at first think it's just sort of the twinkle of the twilight sky. And then you notice it's a entity. As you see a green light fluttering towards the door. It is a sparrow. And this green light is fluttering almost on a broken wing. As it lands on the balcony edge, weak, chirping towards you.
Kiran goes out to the balcony and scoops it up in his hand.
Me
He
too.
goes, "Hello there, little one. And where do you come from?"
You see, as soon as you accept this bird and request where it comes from and kind of lay it down in the middle of the room, it starts to shift and grow and form into a projection of Valen.
Of who?
Valen.
Ah! Immediately seeing him, Kiran almost goes to hug him and then goes, "Valen, it's so good to see you."
Middle of your sentence, he starts talking because it is not actually Valen. It is a recorded message, so to speak. "I do not know when this will reach you. I sent it as soon as I could. I know that you are in Kerdolan. The general is coming for you. He wants Cal, Stormrain, as a trophy, a bargaining tool. The Quintaki is declaring war on the Gwyn Empire in Honduras. You don't have time, and I only send this due to the kindness you've shown me, and you are good people and do not deserve what the general is in for. Leave Uncandolan as soon as you can. get Cal out of there, he will make every use he can out of a highborn hostage. War is to start soon. He is meeting with the wit and moot. The king will listen to whatever the king will listen to whatever Kinsley says. Get out of there. Get out of there as soon as you can. And then it just...
Sparrow.
The sparrow does not remain. It dissipates.
Wow, Velen actually going against Kinsley? This is a first.
I believe you underestimate Valen. He seems to have been in Kinsley's service for a reason. And
All right, well,
that.
enough of that. We gotta go find Cal.
Yes, I thought I heard something.
While this is happening, Timber and Scarlet, you would have both heard Cal being carried, kind of escorted off.
I would have opened the door as soon as I heard that and just like looked out to see what was going on.
First, see an empty hallway, but be able to hear Cal still talking down into the Great Hall.
Okay.
Oh, is that where you get that armor? I've always wondered where you get that armor.
Can I go walk in the direction of him? See where he's
Certainly.
going?
Timber, what are you doing?
Timber would have had his ear on the door for a while, and he would have been. He's at this point like, or had his ear on the door when Cal was like talking, really loudly, like, "Oh, shouldn't I get my friends?" Blah blah. Timber would have picked up on that cue and got his stuff.
Oh yeah, I have my stuff too.
And then like slowly creak the door open. Maybe
You would see Scarlet getting out of her room when you creep the door open, and 2 guards in the hallway.
I ignore them and I keep walking in the direction of Cal's voice.
Where are the guards located? Are they at the entryway to the wing?
No, they are against the back wall, kind of positioned equally to watch all your rooms. But you do know there are guards in the main hall.
Hey, Scarlet, you thirsty too?
She's not picking up on your cue. Yes? Are you?
Oh, yes. I assumed Cal was going to get a drink too, so I heard him get up. You know how he does that sometimes?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, should we see if Kieran and Wiswick want to join us for a midnight drink?
You go. You get them. I'm gonna go.
I'll
I'm gonna
get
go
them.
join Cal.
Just maybe wait up just 1 quick second. And then, yeah.
So as Scarlet starts to kind of like slowly meander towards the hall, you go and open up Wiswick and Kieran's door, and you would open it up just as Valen's form vanishes away.
What are you guys doing in
I
here?
think you underestimate him. Oh, Timber.
Did you hear? Cal just got the Timbers like has the door like kind of like closed a little bit to like, and is kind of talking in low tone. That's what I said. Tone. Cal just got escorted. Get your stuff right now.
Yes, Valen just sent us a message. It's a few days old, but it seems war is breaking up between the Gwen Empire and the Quintarchy. Und Duris is on the side of the Gwyn,
I'm sorry.
and they're using Cal as collateral. I'll send him a message, and we'll head there right now. Wiswick and Kieran passes the...
Robert taps
Holy
on your
crap.
shoulder, Timber, and is like, "Should we come too?"
Oh, hey, Robert. I have a new drink for you to try later.
But
Not important.
we'll say they're with you. You said you want to send a message, Kieran?
Yes, Kieran's going to first send a message to Cal
Mhm.
that simply says, Cal, war has broken out between the Gwyn and the Quintarchy Unter Society with the Gwyn.
Oh, is that all it
The,
says?
the general intends to use you as a trophy against, or as not a trophy, as
Hostage.
collateral, hostage against your father. Be there soon. And
You would
then
be-
he's going to. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I guess if Cal actually wants to respond,
Yeah,
Oh, can I?
you can.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're
Because
alone at
many
this
words
point.
that you
This is
want.
right. This is right as the guards are leaving you. There.
Kieran, are you talking to my head?
Okay. I don't know if I would. I think I'm a little bit like, whoa.
Yeah. And Cal, actually, to add to your woe-ness, as soon as you hear that, you also hear. They lock the door.
I just respond, I am locked in the general's office.
Wait, it locks from the outside? Sorry.
Now it does.
And if you have the key.
that
True.
makes sense.
True.
Kieran quickly relays this information to Timber and Wiswick, and I guess Robert, Embla, and Scarlet.
Yeah.
No, Scarlet's walking in the hall.
Scarlet, you get out into the grand hall, where you know where that space where the stairs meet between the two wings before the hall. Two guard. Are you planning on walking to the wing where you know Cal went?
Yeah.
Two guards stop you. They say, "That's enough there, miss."
I'm just looking for my friend Cal. I
Lord
heard him.
Stormrain is meeting with General Kinsley right now in his study.
I believe him.
Give me an insight check.
That's good. That is dirty 20.
No, you don't believe them. I like baseline. You don't believe them in the sense of like, well, no, I clearly heard you drag my friend away, and like, what?
Yeah.
But like at the same time, you're also like Kinsley meeting with him. What? Because you didn't see really like, yeah, like you're like Kinsley meeting with him. That makes no sense. You
Right.
absolutely 100% do not believe them. And I'll add, you get a bad vibe from them.
Bad. Yeah, I really need to talk to Cal about something, and he's not meeting with anybody at the moment.
We can be sure to send him your way once he's done in the general's study.
It's
Please
urgent.
step aside.
No, it's urgent.
Step aside, return to your room, and we will come get you when he is prepared to speak with you.
Oh,
I want to see my friend.
Hey, Scarlet.
What?
Do you still want to get that drink? Timber's like giving her the eye, like,
Where are you? Are you still upstairs?
I'm on the balcony. Or like the.
He's literally like so like it's two stairs that lead to one floor. You're at the top of one stairs talking to these guards. He's up behind you, essentially. Behind you, like 15 feet.
Just come join me when you're ready, Timber.
I think I know where another drink might be. Scarlet.
Intent.
Yeah.
Kieran sends a message to the general.
Okay.
You disappoint me. And then he ushers Wiswick out with him, quickly says, Wiswick, here's that bag I'm holding. Let's get all your stuff in it real quick. We'll sort it out later. Come on. We gotta get going.
Huron, you would actually get a response from the general.
Cool. So while Kieran's doing this,
Yeah, like while you're
Okay.
doing it, it's that very like moment of like like you like almost like as he's throwing it in, and he goes, "You disappoint me, Elysian. Your vision is blurred. Greater things are before us. Do not meddle in affairs you do not understand. You've spent a month or two outside of your mountain hiding place. You do not know the Quintaki. You do not know Gwenvalia. Do not judge me.
No, General. But I know I'm a bad man when I see them. In your... I want to say ill contempt. I don't think it's the right word. And your...
Malcontent.
Malcontent, thank you. Yeah, it's still not right, but we'll just use it and say
Yeah.
Kieran uses the elven word to mean what I want to say, which is basically sums up to the way you treat your people and your foes. Disgusting.
Oh.
Wizard's gonna cast suggestion on the guard.
Wait,
Well, one second.
wait.
Your long life blinds you. Your privilege blinds you across the mountains. Return home, Elysian. Return to your eternal veil. Leave us to our business.
To which Kieran responds.
We're
I
gonna be here
need
all
a-
night.
No what's left.
Sorry. No.
Kieran's just standing there like,
Yeah.
No, we don't need to egg the general on anymore. Also, Sean, magic item, infinite sending. Let's talk about it later.
Also, the worst thing about the sending spell is the fact that the person on the other end always gets the last laugh.
it's
Yeah.
true, and they don't have a limit.
Right.
Timber.
Two things. Well, first thing, when Cal was leaving, did I hear that he was being taken to the general study?
Yes.
Okay. Second thing, the general study, did it have a balcony?
Yes.
Scarlet, let's
What?
go. We're going to get a drink. Remember? Come on.
Because it's on the north side of the building. So you would have noticed in the northern portion of the hall there is his like library, upper sanctuary. There is a balcony on the end of that.
Yes.
I could use a drink, Timber.
Yes. No, we're all getting drinks. I just invited you out. Come on. Get on. Robert, I will buy you orange juice too. Come on.
Yes, we're coming.
Okay.
I
Let's.
I
T-
will
Ti-
walk back.
Tim-
towards-
Timber grabs her arm and is just like, "Let's go."
as you're going, I'm talking to her. I don't believe you.
He's pulling you away, and the guard's like, "We'll see about that."
and then Timber's going to try to lead them outside of the estate to the double doors outside.
There are 4 guards in the main hall and 2 guards at the door, and they are not letting you through. As you approach the 2 doors, the 2 guards standing in front of them, the double door says, "I'm sorry, but it is past curfew. You must stay inside of the manor."
It's okay. We're big boys and girls. Girl. Just,
You must stay inside the manor. That is our orders. Inside, yeah, Cal. I want to come back to you. What's up, Cal?
How's it going?
How you feeling?
So Cal was gonna play this casual and feel his way through it, but as soon as he got that message from Kieran, it's action time.
Yeah, like in your mind, it's the idea of like you always knew Endurus had an independent streak, but like your experience as a Lord of Endurus was nothing of this. It was like Endurus was almost pacifying in the sense of like, oh, Endurus.
Sean, do you have your?
Endurus was like wanted to interact more with the Gwyn Empire, but like restrictions on trade due to the war before reflected that. But like Endurus never reflected, like your father never had insurrection on mind against the Quintarchy. So you're shocked by a lot of that. It was almost a joke almost in Endurus of like, we're insurrectionists. But now you're insurrectionists.
Well, Cal decides that doesn't matter. There's still, even though he doesn't like living there with his family, there's still his people. You know, that's still his home, and yeah, in his mind, he still has a duty to that. You know, he's still a patriot fundamentally. He's just not into his family per se.
Yeah, and I think what hits you most is not that there's a conflict anymore.
Right.
You hear the words war, declared war on the Gwyn Empire, and Endurus is siding with the Gwyn Empire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like I said, Cal was going to play this casual and feel his way through it, but no longer. So I'm going to go, there were windows, right? Or doors that lead down to a balcony? External facing.
You can climb up to the balcony if you want to, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to head out to the balcony.
As you start to head out to the balcony, you hear a voice behind you. Lord Stormrain. And as you're climbing the stairs, you turn and see above the teleportation circle is the astral projection of General Kinsley.
General, I say, and give him a respectful bow.
Where are you heading to, friend?
I was going to watch the sunset. I'm just waiting for my friends here. I guess you were expecting an attack on the manor this evening?
I always expect attacks upon my territory.
It's a wise decision, probably.
How long have you been observing my movements?
Since never? What? I don't understand the question.
You get the vibe that he thinks you were sent to spy.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm playing dumb.
Okay, good. Do not fool me, Lord Stormrain, a lord of your status, a man of privilege, a man of honor, sent fleeing to Sivia to work as a cart driver. And then you find your way so subtly into the heart of the Quintaki.
Throughout this conversation, I want to be slowly backing up towards the balcony doors.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yes, as I said, the first time we met, I left and was trying to make my own way in the world, and I believe most people tend to get jobs. So I got a job in Sivia. It was the farthest away I could be without going to the Scald Lands. Figured it would be far enough for my father.
And you see his gait changes at that, and he steps closer towards you. Precisely. You've no love for that title. Or would you not serve me? Help me bring Endurus into the future.
Isn't it already? I feel like we have more things than I've seen in the frozen north, and down here in Tressex is a nightmare. Svirlwald was barely holding together. Seems to me that Endurus is doing better than most of these places.
Endurus does well because of its rich mines, but those will dry out eventually, and they will need the Quintaki, as the Quintaki needs them. These countries, they suffer for one reason. Because we allow them to hold on to these petty kings. You are a lord of Endurus, influential. You can save so many lives if you work with me. Judging by your movements, you know what is happening.
Heard a rumor or two. Now, General, if my curiosity were to be piqued, working with you, what would that entail?
hell. You would work with me to understand the Enduran line, the Enduran people, and of course, ultimately, to inspire the hearts of Storm Rain to join the right cause.
Of course. You need a puppet king. Or duke in this case, I suppose. God damn it!
You are no puppet, Cal. I have seen you lead.
My Lord Kinsley, your honor knows no bounds. I say with a mocking bow at this point.
How far do you think you'll get?
Well, I suppose I'll try and get to the ground first, and then I backflip off the balcony. All right, less a backflip, more just a like.
Isn't it like a
second or
tower?
third floor. No.
No,
It's no. This is not a tower. This is.
Oh,
we don't
I
have
thought a
this is-
spiral like.
No. This is Cal. I would like you to give me a quick wisdom saving throw.
Didn't have feather fall
What?
prepared.
Wisdom. Okay, it's a 16.
You go to jump back, and in that sort of position, you're frozen in place.
No.
The hold person spell as you watch General Kinsley's astral projection
Oh shit.
become the very real in
Oh my
flesh General
God.
Kinsley as he is standing on top of the teleportation circle.
Oh no.
I pretend that I planned this, I guess.
Outside, what are you all doing?
Do we hear any of this? Do we hear any sort of sound of
Nope.
kerfuffle?
At this
No.
point, you're all gathered with Timber to try to do what Timber wants to do.
Oh, so what
I don't
do
know what
Timber
Timber wants to do, but I
do?
want to do something. You
So-
go first.
What?
It was to go
Real quick,
outside.
where are we?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, what Timber did, you are all in the southern wing near your rooms, where he's gathered you to go out to the balcony, right, Timber?
It was to leave the estate.
Oh, and never mind. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
You are down below. The guards are saying you are not allowed to leave the
Yes.
estate. Essentially, there are two guards in front of you saying you cannot leave the estate.
Wiswick wants to go back up to an empty room and with a balcony,
Mhm.
and he's just beckoning. He's just saying like, "I'm gonna go find Cal," and I do this, and whoever follows me follows me. But
Kieran follows.
I cast Summon Elemental, and I summon an Air Elemental, which has a fly speed, and it can carry me because it's a medium creature.
Is it
Okay.
dark out?
It is nighttime.
I step out onto the balcony. Like, off the balcony, excuse me. and
On
fly.
it from your room.
With Wiswick, wherever we are.
Yeah.
You're in the Great Hall.
So, from the Great Hall, me and Wiswick leave to a balcony closest to the generals. From
Okay,
a room
I see what you're saying.
in
I
our
see what you're
wing.
saying. I see what you're saying.
Yes.
So you're trying to essentially get to the balcony of the general's office.
Correct.
Mhm.
All right. With the air elemental and the steps of the brave, I will allow that. It'll take a little bit, but you can easily get out.
Do Scarlet and Timber join us?
Well, we can't fly, so Scarlet
No,
Timber
Scarlet.
will.
No, Scarlet just is extremely paranoid at this point, and just says, "This is ridiculous," and she makes a beeline for the door where Cal is.
Scarlet, as she's doing it.
Sean, unless I get confused here, it's only hovering. It's 40 feet speed, but it is
That's fine. I'll say air
Okay.
elementals can make you fly because they're made of air. All right, Scarlet. Then in that case, I will ask you to give me an acrobatics check.
Yep. That is a 26.
They rolled a 3, so you get through them.
Nice.
You get up to the door and it's locked.
Fuck. All right. How much time do I got? Can you try to pick it?
6 seconds.
Oh, okay. Can I do a speedy?
Give me a
okay.
check. You're unlikely to succeed, but give me a check.
Do you want
Kick in
just-
the door.
I mean, I don't know. What
Burn
would...
the door down.
What would you like to
I
do?
think
What would you,
any-
what? Scarlett, what would you like to do?
Okay. Immediately coming upon the door, she, it's locked. Her immediate instinct is to try and pick it.
Mm-hmm. Give me a check with disadvantage.
Yeah, no, that's not gonna do it. That's a 9.
I could
and
probably carry one of you.
It doesn't work. Timber, what are you doing?
Timber's standing there watching her run through the guards. Trying to make
But Timber, what are you doing though? Because the guards are.
He's trying to
seeing
beckon
this.
her to go up to the rooms.
I'll put it this way,
follow
Timber. The 2 guards that were just talking to you are approaching you because your companion just ran and bolted through it. They're approaching you to accost you, essentially.
I want to go to my room. I did.
Back to your room right now.
I will do
Take
that.
your friend with you right now.
Okay. Scarlett, come on, right now.
Scarlett, the 2 guards are coming up to you and grabbing you by the arms to pull you back.
This isn't right. Cal is in there. Timber, this isn't right.
We're going
Cal-
to bed. Come on, we're not drinking tonight. Come on.
Cal, you would hear this even in your frozen state.
All right. If we're
Yeah, let's come back into Cal's room.
so I'm frozen halfway off the balcony.
Yeah, you're essentially like in the air like this.
This whole person, am I like totally frozen?
It's essentially
wiggle
so
a
No,
the target.
you're frozen.
Yeah, it's like at the end of it. Yeah, you are frozen, but like you can roll to get out of it. Essentially,
Every
Yeah,
6
okay.
seconds.
you're considered paralyzed. But I'll say the general is coming. The general is like essentially coming out of a portal where his incorporeal form is becoming corporeal,
Yeah.
and you notice he's dragging Valen.
No.
Okay. So here I am, frozen over this balcony. Apologies. I
wondering.
thought our conversation was over. You were saying? Oh no, never mind. I remember. You were saying something about how there's no way the Quintarchy combined could take on the Gwyn Empire, and if Honduras throws behind it, there's no way we could win. You're gonna lose, I don't know, half your men at least in the first 3 battles, probably. I've never really understood why Honduras even bent the knee in the first place. It never seemed like a reason we should, never seemed like a good reason that we should be paying anything to you fuckers up here in the north. I don't understand why you even think that you could hold a candle to the Honduran army.
Oh boy.
You see, he comes in and he's grinning as you're saying this, and he throws Valen in front of him. And you see he goes like this. And you come flying towards him.
Okay.
He is an Illuminator of the Enduran Academy. You are presented in front of him, like arms splayed out
Mhm.
in a crucifix style. As Valen is down on the ground, you can see Valen is beat to a bloody pulp.
How close am I to the general?
6 feet from him, social
Okay.
distanced.
Yeah.
And he says, I underestimated Valen's independence and his connection to you. I ask you again, Caliph Stormrain, do you want to be legend? Do you want to rule your people? Or do you want to die in the mud like the rest of the rabble who resist? What is our future?
Can I try? Has it been 6 seconds?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm gonna use Indomitable and roll a natural 20.
Yeah.
All right, so Cal,
Okay.
you break free from the hold person and drop down to your knees.
Okay. Like this is at the same time. This is all simultaneous. Okay.
Mhm.
I go. The mud's fine for me. And then as I break free, I kind of twist a little, and I bring where the prongs of the black has been tied to my waist, I bring it up and I give the command to extend.
Yep.
Like this is like hands free as I'm falling, and I
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
drive it 10 feet through the fucking general's chest.
Nice.
As I feel.
All right, give me an attack with disadvantage.
Yeah. It's a 14. No, it's a 16.
You can tell the general is doing this as a power move, and not even because he has to.
Mhm.
You watch him raise a hand. He has no weapons on him, by the way. You watch him raise a hand and just go, as you see a magical shield. You wouldn't have hit anyway, but he does it purely as a power move. As your weapon, the ooze of the prongs of the black splatters across, and the singeing is affecting it, but not burning through it, as your blade just skitters across and comes back.
All right, I'm running with my, if this is combat, with my movement.
Yeah, roll initiative.
Yeah. Okay.
Everyone outside, roll initiative.
This is the best roll I've ever had on initiative.
Oh, I thought it was a 10, but it was a 16. Good for me. That's what happens when you have white dice.
What happens?
You
All right.
misread the numbers.
All right, so 15, 20 to 25.
25.
20.
20.
15 and 19.
19.
Cal, what'd you get?
19.
He goes before me.
Okay. All right. So outside of the chamber, it's still not really combat. Scarlet, you're up first, and Timber. I say collectively, Timber and Scarlet are up first. Scarlet, you're being dragged away from the door, as inside you can hear conversation happening. Timber, you're kind of like pushed away by the guards, like in that way that they're like kind of like their spears. They're like, and you're like, okay. As you're backing up to where Scarlet is, the two of you kind of being forced together. What do you two do?
We're gonna go to our rooms now, and I'm gonna grab Scarlett's arm and try to pull her to the room. And he's gonna hit her actually on the back of the neck because she's resisting, and do stunning strike.
So what do I have to do?
This is good.
Scarlet, do you go willingly, or are you letting him?
No!
All right, then you do a a wisdom saving throw, constitution.
Constitution saving throw.
Well, and I'm still tired, so disadvantage. Yeah, that's a 3. So
You're stunned as Timber starts to drag you away. Timber, what do you want to do from here?
Go back to the room.
Okay.
what are you doing? They have Cal.
So as you get back to the room, Wiswick and Curon, you are leaving the rooms at this point. Do either of you want to try to get them or anything if you have the ability to?
Yes, I think that nothing in the feature says that I can't carry another willing creature. You know, so Kieran, as he's starting to walk out onto thin air with shadows supporting him, he's like, "Come on down."
Wiswick cannot, so he will not. But he just he
Okay.
slides forward on his arrow.
So unless you have another method of doing this, only one of you can go with Kieran.
I want to go. I'll go. Timber, what do you want to do?
Timber could scale the walls.
Yeah, I
Monk shit.
Somebody just run across the
So what?
Amblet to leave.
Yeah, I'm gonna allow it. Yeah, they're gonna.
She's a wizard.
DM.
No, they use the rope. Climb down.
Yeah, they're easy. They're not gonna get there as soon as you all do because they have to use normal means, but they'll get there. top of next initiative order, you'll all get there. After that, they'll get there.
They're gonna make a rope with the bed sheets.
Yeah. All right. So, Cal, you have just failed to attack the general. You are standing there free. You are not held. It is the general's turn. He looks at you and says, "Disappointing, Lord Stormrain. I'll give you one more chance. Join me. Be part of the future of our people. Be a part of what we can make out of the Quintarchy, not this rabble. You're a smart man, a proven soldier, a captain. The future is bright if you join me."
I'd rather not be a part of a government that allows its people to be used as experiments in a lab. So I think I'm good, thank you.
You see, he slowly steps forward, and this will be an attack, so like you'll be able to potentially block it. So I'll roll it.
So be it.
It is a 25.
Yeah, that hits.
He comes forward, and you feel somewhat weakened from the hold person and your attack that failed. And he grasps at your neck. And he doesn't lift you up like some cartoon villain. He pushes you down. He tries to push you to your knees. And then you feel a tingling around your neck as this intense charge of electric energy shoots through your body. You take
Really is the Emperor.
No.
it's true, it is pretty emperor like, but you do take 36 points of lightning damage.
Yeesh.
And give me a con save.
I'm good at those.
Does it go like shooting out of the building? Like.
Oh, for those of you who are moving around the building, you absolutely would feel and hear the shocking charge and then the screams of Cal. Because regardless of how tough Cal is, he will scream with this. What did you get in your con save?
22.
You are paralyzed for the next round. Until the end of your next turn. You're paralyzed.
Could I just not be them?
Could you just what? Not be that?
Thought about that?
You fall to your knees with his hand around your throat, unable to act. As he just says, "Disappointing, Lord Stormrain."
I try to spit some of the blood that I definitely have in my mouth now.
Yeah. Cal, it's your turn next. You don't get your turn. Back to the rest of you. You are in your own speed, cresting around at this point. And I'll say you can get inside the balcony now. You can essentially break into the balcony, and those of you who have ranged abilities will be in good shape to do something. Let me put you all onto the battle map. If
80
Alex, you'd like to share the battle map.
Oh, yes.
80-foot
I would love
dash
to
on
do
the
that.
wind elemental, Sean.
All right, then I'll put you a little bit more forward than everyone else.
Thank you.
So you are all
Kieran's like carrying Scarlet like in front of, like he's got his arms up around her, like under her armpits, carrying her like this as he walks on the steps. And he's like, I know we've had our differences, but you've got to get in there. We've got to save our friend. And then he like launches her in as he stumbles onto the balcony.
I'll put Scarlet more forward because
Nice. That was awesome.
Wiswick's sitting
Kieran,
on
the first
arrow
thing
on
you
both
all see,
shoulders.
the first thing you all see is General Kinsley in his full general regalia. He has his hand on Cal's throat. Cal is down on his knees, as you can see the remnants of the electricity surging through Cal's form, as General Kinsley is looking up and down at him at the same time in that evil villain way, holding his neck, as you can see Valen struggling to pick himself up next to him, beat to a pulp, bloodied lip, bruises, split brow. He is coughing up blood, trying to lift himself up. Valen clearly was punished for helping you. Scarlet, you are up.
Okay. All right. Feeling inspired by Kieran's words. I'm going to, and also feeling extremely pissed off at the whole situation and seeing this whole thing that's here. Bonus action rage. And how far away am I from the general right now? Am I like, can I get to him? If you're talking, you're muted. Am I muted?
Oh, sorry, I'm
No.
muted. You are within range
All right,
to
sweet.
get to him.
Cool. Yeah. Is that a ledge there? Do I need to like?
Yeah, you would need to
some
do an
cool
acrobatics check.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's still good. That is a 21.
Yeah, you definitely can easily jump down and make it.
Cool.
Without sacrificing your movement speed, you can get right up next to the general.
Great. Pulling out my shiny new dagger. Oh, I had a one-liner and it's gone. Get away from my friend. I don't know. Just gonna hit him.
Go for it.
Nice. That is a 24.
Does not hit.
What? I mean, it doesn't hit. Ugh. Well, I'm done. That's all I can do.
Okay. So you rush forward, you slide down the side, you come up across him, and you bring your blade up, just slash across his back, and you feel the presence of magic bowing against your attack, as a shield is blocking it. Timber, you're up.
Timber's going to, as I imagine he was scaling the roof, jump on the outer edge of the balcony, and, I guess I'll bonus, bonus action hex him.
Okay.
Disadvantage on strength checks. Si, senor. And I'm gonna take 2 shots with the new bow.
Go for it.
First one is not gonna hit with a dirty 20.
Does not hit.
Next one is not gonna hit with a 17. Yeah, so.
No, so you fire 2 shots off. You've watched the shadow arrows fling from your bow, and they shatter across the magical shield around Kinsley as the shadows disperse around, almost like smoke through the battlefield.
Yeah, this
Wiswick,
thing
you are-
sucks.
Wiswick, you are up, and then Kinsley's up, and then Cal, you'll be unparalyzed at that point. Wiswick, what's
I
up?
didn't have enough time to think. Hold on. Oh no. So how far away is? I guess Cal is right next to the general, right?
He's right in front of him. The general, if you're looking at the map, is the one with the yellow base.
Is the general physically grabbing Cal at the moment?
Currently, yes.
Damn it. There goes my idea. Let's go with a good old... Wait, so all of these other things in the room, they're not... Are those guards?
They're statues.
Okay. Sorry.
I don't like the way you said that.
I would like to use telekinesis, and I'm going to lift up Valen and throw him out the window.
Wait. What?
Let me just make sure telekinesis is not a concentration spell. It probably is.
Are you
It
trying
is.
to kill? Are you trying to
Should I
kill
kill
Valen?
Valen?
No, I'm not
'Cause he's
trying
gonna
to kill him.
fail.
I have an
He's
air
gonna
elemental
fail.
out there. Yeah, that's
Oh.
not gonna work.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
also like the windows in this room are not necessarily things you could just sort of. Yeah. What are you doing?
I
with
thought that we came in through that way, so.
Well, you did, but it's still like, I mean, I don't understand what you're trying to do by throwing Valen out the window.
It's not gonna work. The plan is faulty. We're gonna try doing a. You know what? I'm just gonna go to Valen and try and. Is he within 5 feet of the general?
He is.
Damn it. Okay. Man, how do I get him out of here?
Polymorph.
That seems like it's not gonna work. I'm gonna go with the Tasha's Mind Whip on
On
him.
the general.
Yes.
All right. What is Tasha's spine with again? A saving throw.
Saving throw. I am going to change its saving throw with alchemical casting. I'm going to make it a strength saving throw, DC 17. And you see the whip that I normally like the arcane magical whip that I usually use for this thing. I whip at the ground, and it smacks against the ground, and 2 whips shoot out from the stone below where he is and grab onto his arms and try and pull him down.
All right, so you watch as you whip the whip across the ground, and the light shatters across, splintering into 2 whips that shoot up to try to grasp his arms as he rolls a dirty 20 and breaks free from them.
Dang. I don't take half damage or anything like that. Oh no, it is half damage.
Is it half
sweet.
damage? Great.
Yes, it is.
First damage on Kinsley of the campaign.
Woohoo! 2
Should've happened a
sixes
long
and a
time
3.
Was
So that's 15 damage. Halved is 7.
7.
7.
All right, so you watch as
psychic
the shockwave of the psychic damage still rushes through his body as he breaks the bonds, releasing his grip on Cal, just in time for his turn.
Can
All
I
right.
also move a little out
Yes.
of the way?
Where do you want to go? You're right here.
All the way to the right, as close to the wall as I could get.
You can get here.
Okay.
Okay. He is going to raise his hands up into the air and start to wave them in a
Like he just doesn't care.
rhythmic fashion. Let's see.
Counter spell.
Yeah, if you want to, it's roll the dice for it. Counter spell. Oh, what is it again? 1 second, because this is a high level spell that he's casting.
It depends on what level I cast counter spell as well. I'm going to cast it at 4th level, which is
level.
one level above 3rd level, which I think is the lowest.
Yeah, it is. So make an ability check using your spellcasting modifier. The DC is 10 plus the spell's level. So this is a 17 DC. Go ahead and roll.
Okay, let's hope I do good. 11 plus what's my spell attack plus 9?
No, it's your spell modifier. It's your spellcasting ability modifier.
11 plus 5 is 16.
Just not enough. All right, so Wiswick and Curon, I need you to give me dexterity saving throws.
It's a magical effect. I have advantage.
Correct.
I got a 6.
Nat 20.
Nat 20, you'll take half damage. Curon, you will take... So what you see is there is this swirl of green and red fire that starts to swirl around you all in a 30-foot radius. As it starts to swirl around you, there's a point where it comes in and sort of collapses in on you all, dealing a significant amount of damage. All right, so sorry, I'm just pulling up the D&D Beyond damage roller because it's easier.
Oh shit! I didn't do the air elemental's turn. Can he get a few swings?
One moment. Curon, you failed,
I
so you
guess
take
not.
20 points of fire damage, and Wiswick, you take 10 points of fire damage. All right,
I have
mean,
resistance, so it's 5 points of fire damage.
Excellent. For the air elemental, if you want, he is right here at the window.
Did he? Well, you know, he probably used his whole movement to get there. Like, he probably dashed that turn.
Yeah.
So it's a good enough excuse. But yeah, thanks for the model. He's a
Okay.
medium-sized creature, by the way, just so you know.
All right, we'll just use that for now, just because it's easier, because it's what's on my desk.
Cool.
All right, so the general has just cast this. Curon, you failed, right?
Yeah.
Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, tell me to do the same thing. I want to hear it.
8.
8. Okay.
I'm good.
You are stunned until the end of your next turn.
Okay.
Oh, I thought
All
you
right.
were gonna say maintain concentration, but I'm good.
Oh well, you're probably good because it's like a. All right,
Yeah, I
Cal,
only
you're
took
up.
5
You are
damage.
free of his grasp. You are not paralyzed. And then Curon, you're on deck. Well, you're paralyzed, but
All right,
you're on deck.
I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna swing at him.
Go for it.
26.
26 will hit.
Oh, I'll make it a starting strike.
When he struck at the general, did that magical shield still appear to be up?
Magical shield ended upon the start of his turn, so it doesn't
Okay.
appear when he attacks.
Okay.
So you could presume his AC is 20.
23, 24 damage.
24 damage. What kind of damage is each of it?
3 of it's poison.
3 of it's poison, and the rest of it is the 20 is. All right, so the 20 is. You find that the physical damage does not deal as much, although the acid does deal a significant amount. It does the full amount. All right, another attack, Cal. Or was that your full attack?
No, yeah. I'm thinking if I should. Yeah. Okay. I was debating just being like, everybody run.
Yeah, I understand.
22 to hit. 21 to hit.
21 will hit.
$14, 16 damage plus 7 is 23 damage.
How much of that is acid?
2.
2. Okay, so 22, so 11. Okay. All right. Anything else, Cal?
No.
All right, so you watch both of these attacks come, and they hit Kinsley's armor, and you watch as there's almost this like, as the physical damage is almost dispersed through magical means, but the acid still kind of licks against the armor and starts burning through. All right, Curon, you are paralyzed, so you will not be able to act until your next turn. Sorry. Scarlet, you are up. Timber, you're on deck.
Okay.
Such a good fucking plan.
I am going to use the steady aim bonus action, so I'm going to give myself advantage on my attack roll on this turn, and my movement's going to be 0 for the rest of this turn, so I can't move.
Okay.
All right, that is a dirty 20.
It just hits.
Good.
Glancing blow.
All
You
right.
get that sneak
so
damage.
Yeah. All right, I've got 3 plus 4 is 7 plus 24 points of piercing damage.
All right, so that will be halved.
And where's the piercing thing? I actually think I can.
The piercer effect.
I can re-roll. Yeah, I can. When you hit a creature with an attack that deals piercing damage, you can re-roll one of the attack's damage dice. Oh, that's damage dice though, not sneak attack.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. We're good.
All right. Is that all?
Yep.
All right. Timber, you're up, and Wiswick, you're on deck.
Bonus action Hexblade's Curse.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna take 2 more shots at him.
Go for it.
Pew pew!
Do you want to use the charges?
Okay, so I have to declare it beforehand.
Yes, you do.
I already rolled this, so I'm not going to declare it here, but I will declare it next time. This one is it's going to hit. I rolled an 18. So 26.
That'll hit.
Okay. So it's 1d6 or 1d8, Sean? I apologize.
Give me 1 second. It'll take me 2 seconds to get this.
Apologies.
Longbow is 1d8.
Okay. So that is 6
Plus
10.
dexterity.
Thank you. So it's 10 piercing damage plus 3 necrotic. Oh, wait, sorry. That's 14 piercing and 3 necrotic. Okay. Next strike. That's not gonna hit. That's an 18.
That won't hit.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, pew pew. The 2 arrows just against him. Wiswick, you are up. Air Elemental is after you, and then Kinsley.
I forgot my rage damage.
2 damage.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to try to cast. Sorry,
Polymorph.
I'm gonna go. Polymorph is an option. I could polymorph, but then elemental goes away, and I have a feeling it's not gonna work. So I'm going to go with the Mind Whip again. Because it worked the first time.
Wisdom saving throw?
Strength saving throw. I'm doing the same thing.
Okay. You got a 19.
Damn it. Okay, so half damage.
Go for it.
6, a 4, and a 3. That's 13. Halved is 6.
6, okay.
And
all right.
Then air elemental.
Go for it.
Actually, I'm gonna move more to the. So I'm against the wall.
Yeah, you're right here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go more to the right, so I'm against the wall and like not in line with anybody. And then air elemental's gonna just bum rush in, try and get behind him if he's got 40 feet of movement.
You get right here.
Okay, can I get the air elemental to... he might just... I'm gonna have him pick up Velen.
Okay. You could do that where he is right now.
He might provoke an attack of opportunity, but I don't know if picking him up is an action or if I could dash away. Probably an action if I had to make the choice.
I would say that would be an action.
All right, so yeah, their elemental picks him up like a little baby.
Okay. Anything else?
That'll be it.
All right, so it's the general's turn. I need everybody to give me a dexterity saving throw.
Can I counterspell?
Yeah, you could roll a dice for it.
Okay. You didn't. I didn't even tell you what level I was casting it at, but that's fine.
Oh well, are you casting it at 4th level?
I would like to cast it at 5th level,
Okay.
if that makes a difference.
Oh, weirdly enough, I don't think it does.
Great.
It's still the same roll.
Interrupt spell is no effect unless this is a less blah. Because plus the spell's level.
All right, so roll a d20 and add your intellect modifier.
All right. Fingers crossed. 18 plus 5, 23. Give it to me, Sean.
All right, you do block it,
Yes.
God, because I automatically fail that, so.
which is really good because all of these attacks had 10 of the dice that they rolled.
Oh,
Fuck. Oh my god.
All right, that is his action. He is going to. It's Cal's turn. Huron, you're on deck. You won't be paralyzed for this round.
Yes.
Cal is Cal was ready to run, but now his friends are here. So we're doing this.
Yeah.
We're doing this with a 21
The
minute.
power of friendship.
21 will hit.
The power of good rolls, baby.
10, 17 damage.
How much of that is acid?
4.
Okay. All right, so you watch as the blade once again scatters across his armor, but the acid sinks in more.
Follow-up attack is a 19 to hit.
That will not hit.
Shit.
Okay. Anything else, Cal? All right, Huron, you're up. Scarlet, you're on deck.
Can I move to a position where I'm about 30 feet from all my allies?
Yeah, you actually have one spot you can get where you will be within 30 feet of
I will
everyone.
do that and activate my Twilight Sanctuary. Casting out this 30-foot radius of twilight mystical energy to cloud my allies in what will eventually be healing magics. And then bonus action healing word, Valen. We're gonna
Okay.
do at 2nd level.
Okay.
For 8 plus is it 5?
Yeah,
13.
your whiz modifier.
Yeah, 13 points
Okay.
of healing to
You would
Valen.
see Valen at this point with this healing word. His eyes would start to open up as he's slowly gaining more strength. He was on the edge of life before this.
Kieran shouts to him, Anero, we will fight together. I don't know where that voice is coming from. We will fight together against our foe. And then end his turn, and he gets 13 points of temp HP because Twilight Sanctuary now is cleric level plus a D8. So it's always 9 at least.
Nice.
nice.
Scarlet, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to use my action to cast Erupted Flesh. So he needs to make a dex saving throw.
Okay.
What was it?
It's 25.
Okay, yeah, well, he's going to, I believe he's going to take,
Half damage.
yes. All right, so 2d8.
And that is your action.
Mm-hmm. 4, 8 points of fire damage, and then bonus action going to try and use my offhand with my dagger.
Go for it.
That's the damage dice. Nope, that's a natural one.
You do not succeed as your flesh crackles and the fire erupts from your veins, but you cannot swipe up against him as your dagger slashes across his armor. Timber, you are up. Wiswick, you're on deck.
Scarlet 13 temp.
Thank you.
At this point, Timber is going to move into melee with the general, and
Yeah, get him.
try to get in a flanking position.
You have how much move speed do you have?
I have 45.
Oh yeah, you can get on the other side of Cal.
Cool. I do that. And I unleash my fists of fury.
Go for it.
Okay. That first one is a 25.
Boom. You still hit, but he uses his shield anyway.
Okay.
So his AC is at 25, but you do still hit.
Okie dokie. I'm going to try the stunning strike.
Go
So
for it.
con-
What is the
Con
DC?
15.
Con? Is it con?
Yes, sir. Ooh.
He got a 24.
Okay. Sounds like he fails it. So that is 14 slashing damage with 2 necrotic.
Okay.
Next attack. That is a that is a 24, so that is going to miss.
Misses.
Okay. And last one, but not least, 2. Ooh, natural 20.
Nice. That hits.
Roll my die. Oh yes, max damage. And if that one sounds pretty good. So we got 6 times 2, 12, plus 8 is 20. And then we got, so with 20 slashing damage plus 8 necrotic.
28 total.
28 total. And that,
Alright.
that was just my, and then for this one, I'm also going to use a key point to try to stun him.
It's a 24.
All right, he's a good boy.
No, he's a bad boy.
Oh right, sorry, I'm a good boy.
He's the bad.
I'm the good boy.
You're a good
All
boy.
right. Anything else, Timber?
No, that is all.
Wiswick, you're up.
11 points, temp HP. Timber.
All right, Wiswick, you're up.
Okay. Mind whip again. Gotta keep it going.
What's the save? What type of save?
Strength saving throw again.
That's a 23.
God damn. Okay, I'm never hitting this guy. But I'll take the half damage.
Mhm.
4, a 2, and a 2. Very depressing. 4 damage total.
Alright. Air elemental.
And air elemental is gonna fly villain to safety. Full dash provokes an attack of opportunity. Is gonna go out and down, out the window, and down, out of the court into the courtyard if possible. Try and get as low to the ground as possible.
Okay.
Straight down from the window.
All right. All right. So your
Does he
elemental
reach the ground?
No. But he
Okay.
does take an attack of opportunity.
Yep.
How is a 22?
That will hit.
All right.
Well, Wiswick, you get 19. Or, sorry, 14.
The air elemental takes 40 points of lightning damage.
Okay, it had 50 hit points, so we are at 10.
Okay. Anything else on the air elemental's turn?
Wiswick's command is essentially drop him off on the ground and come back up.
Okay.
So that's that. Wiswick himself is going to move further into the room, I guess, 35 feet forward.
Towards Kinsley?
Not towards Kinley, just parallel with the wall.
All right, you can get about there. Well,
Okay, great.
All right, everyone needs to give me a dexterity saving throw.
He takes 7 points fire damage at the start of his turn.
Okay?
Great. Can I try and counterspell again?
If you'd like.
This is my job. This is all I can do. I must
We
try.
appreciate you, Wiswick. Keep Kieran alive. 'Cause holy shit. God damn it.
I got a 3, so.
I don't think that's gonna do it.
All right. So that doesn't succeed.
Well, yeah, it's gonna add a little bit to it, but it's not gonna succeed. I don't
All right.
think.
Everybody roll a d8.
Wait, what about the save?
Yeah, don't we get saved?
Oh, yes. Sorry. Do the save.
30-20.
18.
7.
Oh, Q.
12.
Dirty 20.
All right. Everyone got an 18 or lower gets the full blast. Everyone
Oh,
else gets
Thank
half.
God.
I'm using evasion.
You still get half damage. Everyone
Yeah,
roll.
I know.
Everyone roll a d8 though.
Oh no, this doesn't sound good.
Cal, what'd you get?
6.
Here's my D8.
That's what I got, Timber.
I got a 2.
3 twos.
There's 3 2s right there.
Look, sorry. Cal,
Yes.
you take halved. So this is halved. The half damage. You take 16 points of psychic damage. Timber, what did you get?
Timber, Scarlet, and Wiswick all rolled 2s.
All right, so I'm in what on your D8?
Oh, I'm sorry. 2.
No,
That's
I
it.
rolled a 2 on my D8.
Yeah,
I
we
got
all
an-
rolled 2s on our D8.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what I meant to say. We all failed and rolled 2s.
No, I succeeded,
Oh, you
but I rolled a
succeeded.
2.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, Timber, you take.
I think you failed too.
rolling it, undo it
Sorry.
again. You take 35 points of acid damage.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Good thing I...
So I take
Wait,
half
is,
of
is,
that?
it, is that halved, Sean?
No, that's the full damage.
Okay, so I...
Scarlet,
great.
what did you roll in the D8?
2.
You take. Oh, jeez. Scarlet, you take 50 acid damage.
I'm having that, so 25. I'm evading it.
And Wiswick, you rolled a 2 as well.
Yep.
You take 36 acid damage.
Okay, good.
Cal and Kieran, you both. All right, Kieran, what did you roll?
took mine.
5.
Kieran, you
Failed and rolled
take.
a 5.
Oh, good. You take 54 cold damage.
Kieran goes down. His Twilight Sanctuary goes down as well.
And then Cal, what did you roll on your D8?
You already gave me mine. I took.
Oh, good. Okay, you're right. All right, has everyone got their effect?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
All right.
We're good. Yeah.
So the general essentially holds his hand up as you see this prismatic shimmer across the room as you all experience your select damage, as there is all sorts of elements shooting across the rooms, ripping into you, tearing you down, ripping you to the floor. That is the general's turn. Cal, you are up. Kieran is down.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna attack.
Go for it.
I'm gonna try and disarmingly strike him. I rolled an 18 plus 9, it's like 27.
That'll hit.
I think I'm flanking with you, Cal. FYI.
Oh. Uh, 26, 3 of which is acid.
Okay.
But Sean, I want to try and cut this guy's arm off. Hand, at least.
All
He
right.
just stuck his hand out, and I'm gonna attack that hand. You know.
Okay. What's the
Really got a Star Wars in.
what's the DC on your disarming strike?
Yeah, it's Why is it in the other place? Strength saving. DC 17.
All right, you got a 21.
Okay, I'm gonna try it again.
Go for it.
14 plus 9 is 23. Okay.
That'll hit.
4 plus 8 is 12. Is plus 16. It's 23 damage again. 4 of which is acid.
Okay. You trying to disarm again? You got a
Yeah.
dirty 30.
Fucker. Alright. And with that, I'm gonna second wind.
You're on. Give me a death saving throw.
He's second winding.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, chill the F train out, bro.
I have a
much
little
did you
more
heal
time to channel positive
I
vibes
heal for
into this.
And I action surge.
There you go.
Go for it.
And I'm not gonna shit, should I attack?
By the light of Iluvania, please. Positive
Wiswick is
vibes.
very much regretting not getting more healing potions when we had all the time to shop.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna attack.
Go for it.
I'll try to cut this fucker's arm off, just so you know. 23 to hit.
That'll hit.
Is he
6,
bloodied, Sean?
1 acid
Nope.
damage, 19 other damage. AC 17 strength.
So you fling your blade up. It wraps around his arm. He pulls it up, trying to grasp it on his bracer to pull you towards him. But then it slides in the right way, and you rip in a very gross way. You rip his hand 90% of the way off.
Oh.
So it's hanging there.
Oh, Kieran wants to heal that, even though he's the enemy. That's fucked, man. That's fucked.
Alright, so yeah, I'll do my other attack because it's part of my action. 27 to hit.
It'll hit.
Like
I'm still like prepping this fucking saving throw.
13 regular damage and 2 acid damage.
Okay, you got a 23 on the save if you're trying to disarm him again.
Alright, that's enough, you know? Like he'll at
Yeah,
least
yeah. So he keeps the fucking hand hanging there.
like,
Yeah, it's gross. It's very gross.
I would imagine that distracts him.
Yeah, it does. Kieran, go ahead and give me a death saving throw. Either
Tell me
nat
it's a
20
nat
or
one.
nat 1.
Tell me, please be a 20. please
He's
be a
smiling.
20.
Is it that 20?
It's a 1!
No, it's a 1.
It's a 1!
No, it's a 20. It's a 20.
No!
Oh god, the last 2 times I've gone down, both times nat 20 on the first roll. Iluvania's looking out for this motherfucker.
So,
Except for that
Kieran,
one time
me.
where you actually
Oh
died.
boy!
Kieran, you use your turn to rise up from the dead. As you feel the enervating essence of Ilyuvanya bringing you back, and you are back to protect your friends.
Well,
Scarlet.
we'll see about that.
Scarlet, you are up. Timber, you're on deck.
I'm gonna try and finish the job on his hand.
Well, do you have disarming strike?
Can I try and cut through it? I have a dagger.
I'll allow it.
Thanks.
Give me your hat.
Well, I don't. No, that's not gonna do it.
What is it?
14.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, I know. That's what I said. Bonus action too. Nope. Wait.
All right.
Nope.
Timber, you're up. Wiswick, you're on deck.
All right, I'm gonna use my cool bladed bow and for a strike, and I'm gonna use the charge, Sean. I'm gonna use the charge. All right, here we go. Ooh. Oh, Sean.
Yeah.
I rolled a 19, which is a crit for me. Now,
Yes.
the question is...
Yep. Yeah, you're correct in your surmuntions.
Oh my god.
Some munchins?
Surmising.
Okay, hold on. 1 second.
Assumptions slash surmisings.
I have a lot of things to do here.
Surmumptions.
Okay.
So that is 4d8 essentially, times 2, and then plus your dex modifier.
Yeah. Wait. No, because the longbow's d8. Okay. Oh. Okay,
Yeah, it's
hold on.
1d8 for longbow, 3d8 for the shadow damage, and then
like an idiot.
double that, and then add your dex modifier.
I need more dice. Ugh.
Are these
Need more
things
mana.
shadow arrows
Hold on.
from-
Alright, here we go. I got my Kiro dice. I got my Jago dice. Alright.
Jago! Crazy fucker.
Wait, is the charge 3d8? So I would double that. Okay.
Yep.
Alright. And then my necrotic. Okay. So, alright. My god. Well, I got 2 highs and 2 lows. Whatever. So for the bow itself it's actually a 9. Or no, sorry, double. So it's 10 damage, piercing damage, everything, okay, and then I'll do the necrotic. So 8, 12, and that's 26, and then that's 42 necrotic damage. I can't hear you, Sean.
This is the first time the general actually reacts to the damage dealt to him. As every other time, it's sort of almost cascaded off of him. This is the time the arrow bursts into this back shoulder, or actually no,
I'm using the blade, so it's sparks as it hits the shield and then hits skin.
Absolutely. As it sparks, and you can see kind of these shadows latching onto the wounds of Kinsley, as you see him and his back shoulder sort of
going in for a second strike.
Go for
Ooh.
it.
That is a 23.
That will hit.
Okay. I am not using a charge. I did not say I was. That is 14. Oh. I'm sorry. I'm all over the place. 16 piercing damage, or slashing damage, sorry. And 6 necrotic.
Okay.
And then I'm going to flurry of blows. 2 unarmed strikes.
Pop, pop.
Bap, bap. Oh, boys. That's another 19.
Oh, boys.
Oh, natural.
But this is unarmed strikes. 14 piercing. Oh, sorry, slashing. And 4 necrotic. That's all doubled. And then the last one. Wait, I gotta key point that. I just gotta see how much I have left. Okay, good. I'm good. That is a 24.
That'll hit.
That'll hit.
That'll hit. That is 12 slashing damage and 2 necrotic, and I'm gonna go ahead and spend a key point to stunning strike.
Okay. Con or wisdom?
Con 15.
Con. All right. He got a 22.
He-
All right. Wiswick, you're up.
Okay, we're gonna go back to the old school. We're at our second level spell slots. We're going with the first level. Magic Missile, alchemical casting at a 2d10.
Go for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing first, of course. Alright, we got a 3, a 6, that's 9, plus 1 is 10, plus 4 is 14, plus 2 is 16, plus 1, actually is it plus 1 per missile? Yeah, so that's 3. So that's 19. 19 force damage.
Shield
Magic.
automatically
Shield
blocks it.
up.
Shield.
Shield. Yeah, that's a piece of shit. Okay. Air elemental from outside. How close does it get into the room?
With dash, you can get 30 feet into the room.
It does that and gets up as close to the general as possible.
You can get about there.
Okay. And I am going to go. I want to go even further into the room.
How far do you want to go?
I think I'm just going to do 10 feet in the same direction I moved last time.
Okay.
And that's that.
All right. It is the general's turn. Everybody make a dexterity saving throw.
Counterspell.
Let's see if I fail this. Oh, thank God.
Roll a
I got
d6.
3 more.
Or roll a
I've been
d20,
saving all
d6.
my higher spell slots for this shit.
You're my fucking
okay.
savior. Like,
Look, it hasn't happened yet. Shut up.
it happened once.
I got a 15 plus 5. Dirty 20?
All right. So you watch as the general raises up a hand, and you can see several sparks of light approaching his hand as it is sucked away.
Nice. Way to go,
Thank
Clay.
That's
The
2
last thing I
letters.
wanted to do is to get up and then fucking die again.
Well, you are up.
All right, well, conveniently his shield is down, so
Shield is up.
He just put it up.
It lasts.
Oh, I guess
shield only
technically
lasts-
no. Technically his shield is down, but he also has his reaction back to put it back up if he needs to.
Right.
Wait, he has multiple. Oh yeah, because it was just his turn, right?
I'm gonna start looking
Yeah.
around as if to say like,
GTFO.
about running.
Well, let me roll something real quick.
He's gonna run out of shields eventually.
No, I'll say, Cal, you notice that the statues are starting to move.
Mother. No. I knew it.
I point. I go, just go. We gotta go. And I disengage and run to the window.
You can get about here up with Kieran.
Yeah, that's good for now.
You can, I guess, you can also dash if you want to. Boy, no, disengages your action because you're not a rogue. All right, Kieran, you're up. Cal has just scrambled up with you and said that we need to get out of here.
Kieran looks at the
Final
general
shit.
and he thinks to himself,
What a wonderful world.
We're gonna do guiding bolt at 5th level.
Go for it.
dirty 20.
It'll hit. Well, actually, no. That
Oh
won't.
no!
Oh, wait, no, it'll hit. It'll hit.
It's saving throw or attack?
It just hits.
No, it doesn't.
Shield.
I was like, he's got his reaction. I'll do it.
Oh.
So your divine bolts flash across the room and boom against the shield.
Alright, I can't really see the map. Can I back up to the ledge? Or the balcony?
Let's see. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, you could be on the edge.
And Steps of the Brave. And then hold my hands out for someone to jump into them and lower them to the ground on their turn.
All right. Scarlet, you're up.
That'll be me.
Timber, you're on deck.
All right. Bonus
Weren't
action.
Embla and
disengage.
Robert supposed to join us at some point?
Yeah.
I thought they were going to the ground.
No, they were going to the ground. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
You
Never
guys
mind,
told them to
sorry.
get out of here.
Bonus action. Disengage.
We'll say they're getting your horses ready.
That is
That's
what I
what they do.
Scarlet,
What
Bonus action
Robert's been
disengage.
trained.
Bonus action. Disengage and
Bonus action
run
disengage.
out and into Kieran's arms.
I imagine it's like that scene from Titanic.
You can. Do you want to use your action to dash into Kieran's arms?
Yeah.
All right, you dash into Kieran's arms.
Yes. Catch me.
Timber,
I'm done.
you're up. Wiswick, you're on deck.
Timber isn't jumping out just yet. He's going to shadow step onto the balcony and take a pot shot at the hoping. He's also going to expel a charge for this. At the little falcon with the gem on it,
Okay.
hoping that is what controls the Sentinels. He doesn't know.
The falcon with the gem is not up here, unless you want to go up to the back area where his desk is.
Oh, I'm going to shoot it with the bow.
Oh, excellent. Go for it.
Yeah. But that's a 20, dirty 20.
That'll hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
That is boop, boop, boop. That is 14 piercing damage with.
It's destroyed.
Okay, it's boomed.
As it's destroyed, you would look and notice the statues continue to move.
Yeah, so Timber's like,
You
all right,
tried.
okay, and just shoots the general.
Go for it.
It's not gonna hit. It's a 17.
Does not hit.
That's my turn. I'm gonna use the rest of my movement to get further on the balcony.
All right. How much do you have left?
I have 45. I stepped before
Oh,
With-
you're right.
with my bonus action.
You could get right up to the balcony.
Okay, I'll go right there.
You could jump down if you want.
Oh, I'll jump.
All right.
If you want to make me do it, I'll jump.
You have enough movement to jump
Yeah,
off.
oh yeah, I'll jump. If your friends are gonna jump off a bridge, would you jump off a bridge too?
Only if you're timber,
Yes,
because you can do it without
100%.
getting hurt.
Right?
Wiswick, you're up.
If all my friends are doing a group suicide,
Wiswick is
Wiswick,
very...
it's just you and Cal and the air
know
elemental.
I know this, Sean. Okay. With my full dash and my air elemental's full dash, is there any fucking way you can grab me and get out of here?
Your air element dash is 80 feet, so
Yeah, I would
80
actually
feet.
say you could do that. If you use your full action and movement and then jumped up, the air elemental could catch you and get you out of there.
that's
Okay,
adorable.
wonderful. That sounds like a plan. Arrivederci.
I didn't know you spoke Old Enduran.
Alfalfa!
You've made your movements through the general's office. You fought as hard as you could, but ultimately had to flee. You are now at the base of his manor.
I'm not out yet, but sure.
Oh shit, that's right, Cal. Oh shit,
If you want,
fuck.
I can just run. I was
No,
Air Elemental's plan was
no, Cal,
Let's-
Cal, hold up, Cal, you're standing up there. The top.
Curon's-
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Curon was up there, grabbed Scarlet, and didn't move, so he's still hovering
Okay.
in the air with Cal.
Well, we'll do that when we get to Cal's turn. Cal, you're standing up at the top of this precipice, up in this study as the general looks up at you as all of your companions have maneuvered out of his grasp. He gives you one last provocation. If you flee here tonight, you go to your doom.
And I'll
Civili-
hell.
And he smiles at that and launches one last blast at you.
I
Give me a dexterity
throw
saving
at the
throw.
same time.
can I counterspell?
No, because you can't see him.
Damn it.
Dexterity save?
Yeah, if you didn't counterspell, the party'd be dead in the last 2 rounds.
Twice
What was it?
over.
What was it? 30-20? Okay. So, Cal, you rush forward
Away.
to...
I rush away.
That's what I meant to say. You rush away towards Curon and leap into his arms.
Oh, no, I was around.
Or do you want to just leap off?
Yeah, I can. I think I have the.
Okay. You leap off. You take 28 points of fire damage that is already halved
Okay.
as you feel the lick of the flames behind you as you fall down the 40 feet to the base. You feel yourself clamber to the ground. You feel at least a few bones snap.
Oh.
Fracture, not snap. Just sort of that, like Ragnar falling in between those two walls and bouncing back and forth.
Yeah.
No.
The time he
Okay.
jumped out of a castle or whatever the hell.
Yeah.
You've seen it in the movie.
Cal, it's your turn.
Okay, I get to the ground.
Yeah, you get to the ground on your turn.
All right, I look around. Are there any enemies coming near me?
No.
All right. I point to the stables. I go, go! And
Valen's at your feet.
following my own advice.
I would say at this point, Kieran comes down. We are out of initiative. You are all down here. Kieran, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
I really want to try to banish this motherfucker.
You can go
You
for it.
crazy? We just ran. Please, I beg of you.
What do you mean? It's just an action. I can still just move down, and my
Kieran.
bonus action gives me flying speed.
Kieran, do you want to give? Do you want to do a banish?
I'm gonna try to banish him. Charisma.
Charisma.
17.
It is.
Yes! Yes!
So
Way to go,
Kieran,
Kieran.
with Scarlet in his arms, just finger guns at the general and says, "You really disappoint me,"
Yes!
and just
As-
banishes him.
As you do that and descend backwards into the night with Scarlet in your arms, the general just sort of is sucked away into some other existence long enough for you to make your escape.
We have 1 minute. We need to move now. Kieran picks up Valen, throws him over his back.
Timber helps Cal walk over to the stables.
Run.
Run to the stables. Or wherever. As Robert and Embla come drifting out of the corner.
Yep.
Yes. When you begin making your way out,
Yeah, pretty much at a gallop. Like, this isn't, like, we're not going for subtlety anymore. It's just
No,
speed.
we out.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So wait.
Coming out
of
who's
there-
got Velen?
I do. Kieran.
You're just carrying everyone. Okay.
No, I got down.
well,
He put me
No,
down.
after he got down, he
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
the
forgot,
moment we
the reason I
landed.
forgot that she could walk, like, I remembered him carrying him. I was like, shit, somebody has carried Valen. And then, yeah, that.
Because I was
All
gonna
right.
say air elemental has not run out yet, but okay.
All right, so you're making your way out
Downtown.
downtown. What gate are you heading for?
Oh God.
West, north, or east?
The
Kieran is following
west,
Cal's lead.
there's no south gate, right?
Right. It's just,
South is the lake.
Right.
Oh, west.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can walk on water.
You mean we can't just say
no,
wherever the
no,
shittiest
no.
part of town is?
Now, we head to the lake, Sean.
Oh yes,
We go to the lake.
Oh my God.
yes.
Yeah.
We go to the lake.
Yeah.
We go to the lake.
We go to the lake!
Yes.
We're going to the lake! I know what's happening!
We ride as hard as we can to the lake.
We ride our horses into the lake.
Why are we going to the lake? What's there?
Trust me, I say, as we ride.
I'll trust you to the gates of hell.
You marshal through the Rosine Rise down into the Willowick Promenade and then through the gates into the Frog Hollow and into the General Arlen's Weir Quay. People are noticing you as you're moving through, just sort of like, who are those people?
Why
You
are they
find
galloping in the city?
why are they galloping through the city? What's going on? It's 7 o'clock at night. You get down into the quay as you see the busy kind of like, or the end of the workday folk kind of moving about. What do you want to do?
So we ride all the way to the end of the, we pick a big enough dock, I guess, and ride out to the end of it.
Okay, so you get to the end of a dock. Do you
Yeah.
want to move the wagons across the wharf, or you just
No,
run
fuck
into
those
the water?
wagons.
Okay.
You know.
What?
You all-
The wagons
you all-
can fit.
You all jump off of your wagons.
No,
and
sorry,
start...
I'm bringing the horse. I'm bringing my horse and stuff.
Yeah, it's fine. You do have horses beyond the wagons.
In the
But...
wagon,
Rocco,
there's no
Rocco,
dock
calm
big enough.
down.
What?
There's no dock big enough for the wagon.
I mean, they are. It's just a bit more of a hassle than just jumping onto the boat. You know what I mean? Like it's a wagon.
Okay. Yeah. All right. No, it's yeah. It's fine.
You know what I mean?
Nobody
Just
can
sort of
figure
like,
that
just like,
Somebody can figure that out if they want.
yeah.
Cal ride to
But
the
you
end.
know what I mean? Like, you could just like, the
Cal
wagons. It's like, do we tip them over onto the boat?
Cal gets to the end of the dock
Yes.
and he reaches into a pocket.
Hell yeah.
Cal, what are you
out.
doing?
The feather token of a spot boat that he got in episode 2 or 3.
Like
This is so long ago that you got this
And
item.
he throws it out.
No, it was like episode 12.
It was not too early, but it was
I think
early.
It was during. It was pre the barrows. Whatever. I throw
Anyway.
it out to, I throw it on the lake, and a 60-foot-ish quad boat springs out of it. 50
What do you
foot
all
long,
do?
20
As
foot
soon as
wide.
you
I
see
leave my horse-
Cal's-
I leave my horse on it.
Yeah, as soon as you see Cal summon this horse, what do you all do?
leaping onto it.
Yeah, immediately go on it.
Rocco, we go.
Yeah.
You all get onto this swan boat as Cal, you start to usher this boat forward with your magical connection to it. The night begins to progress deeper as you are making your way across the Ulstermere Lake
At 6 miles an hour.
at 6 miles an hour. As far as you know,
So relaxing.
as far as you know, you are safe from the General's grasp. What do you all do? The sky is high in the sky with beautiful stars, a clear night.
Cal
As
was
the shore begins to fade behind you, and the next shore is not apparent ahead of you, entering the dark sea-like lake.
Swig of the whiskey, and lay down, sprawled out onto the boat. Looking up at the
Cal-
sky.
Cal would stand up. Thank you, all of you, for getting me out of there. That was, I certainly did not expect him to actually be there, let's say. I guess we learned that Honduras has gone to war with the rest of the Quintarchy. And that means that I have to go home. I have to head back. They'll be, calling the militia up and getting what troops they have ready, and that means that I have to be there.
Cal, I thought you left your family behind.
My family, yes, but doesn't mean I'm not a patriot. Doesn't mean I'm not still an Honduran. I'm not fighting for them. I'm fighting for my people, the people I choose, and that's has to be who I am, I suppose. I don't know. All I know is I need to go home now. You're welcome to join me. I don't know if they would, I'm sure they would take any willing sword at the moment. If not, we can stop anywhere. The lake is much more than large enough. We can get you on any side of it that we need to go to.
Wiswick steps up and looks at Cal and says, Cal, I'd do anything for you, but I can't go with you to Honduras. It's not my homeland, and I finally found a piece of what might lead me to what I've been searching for this whole time. I can't just let this opportunity pass. I know time is of the essence, and I feel terrible leaving you, but I've got to do this. If I am successful in my research and discover the artifact, I'll take it and I'll use my findings to get to you as fast as I can. I have a magic spell called Teleportation Circle. It's pretty cool. I'll show it off to you sometime.
Cal takes kneels down a little to be on equal with Wiswick, and he grabs him by the shoulders in like a friendly way, and he goes, "Wiswick, thank you," and he hugs him, and he goes, "I'm sure we'll meet at some point in this life or the next, my friend."
Wiswick hugs him back, and he cries a little and says, "Yeah. Are you sure you don't want me to go with you?"
No, I understand. You have your place and I have mine. I give the mental direction for the boat to head. We're far enough out now that I'm heading back to shore.
For sure.
Wiswick is just struggling to put on a smile, and he's walking around saying goodbye to people, or the Robert and
Robert does come up to you, Wiswick, and kneels down and sort of says, I did always mean to ask you about a bit of magic.
You'll get it sometime, kid. Just keep trying to attune to that stick I gave you.
Just don't tell Mr. Cal.
Secret safe with me.
Huron stands and addressing Cal and the rest of the group. I know that Ilivania has placed my path along with all of yours, but from what I've seen, my path diverges from most of yours. Cal, I cannot join you in the south in these wars. I wish I could. I wish I could be there for you. But at this moment, my path lies within the Gosu Nation. I must discover the larger machinations at work here. Though I will admit, this conflict in the south concerns me. I will be in constant contact, my friend, And Kieran stands up to embrace them, and what he imagines like a soldiery, like kind of intimate handshake is, but it's very clumsy and awkward. And he looks down at him because, again, Kieran is 6'8", not towering over Cal, but he looks down at him and goes, I know you'll make it through this. I have seen much, and it is not your time. If I can ever help you, as I said, I'll be in constant contact. Let me know the moment it happens.
Yeah, Cal obviously hugs him back. And when he says that, there's like a moment of like a little doubt and fear all of a sudden. Like Cal was like, yeah, sure, I'll sign up for war. When he was like, yeah, I'm sure you'll make it through. I was like, oh, right. Yeah, that's shit. Okay. Right. There's that possibility. And he goes, Cal says, well, look, don't go resurrecting any gods without me then, yeah?
I wouldn't dream of it.
And I
and
chuck
then
him on the
turning,
shoulder. Like, we don't need to cry, right?
turning to Timber, Kieran goes, I'm not sure what you would like to do moving forward. I don't know if you wish to fight this war in the south. My path lies within the Gosuru nations, and as I've told you, the beast lies there as well. I would be more than honored to join you, of course.
Timber slowly gets up, like an old person, like, okay. Puts one arm around Kieran, but looks directly at Cal and says, and ignores Kieran's question for now, and looks at Cal and says, I will not be joining you to your war efforts, but I'll be more than happy to escort you down south. And there I shall depart. And then looks over at Kieran. I would join you to the Gosuru Nation. Of course, we'll discuss more as we travel on the terms of going within there, because I have been there. But yes. And turns back to Cal. I don't imagine this is the last time we'll meet, unless you fall in war. I don't know how upfront you'll be, but you're a good soldier. Keep that head clean.
Cal puts his hand on his sword hilt, like he's being formal, and bows and goes, thank you, Dottore.
Caliph, I've said it once, I said it again. We are equal. I am not higher on the chain. And he puts his hand out.
Cal grasps it.
Yeah. Timber lets go and then does the Brian handshake. He grabs the forearm.
It's the hero shake.
The hero shake, yeah. I called it. Yeah. I don't know what it's called. And pulls him in.
After everybody else says their goodbyes, I'll walk over to Cal and I'll look at you. I want more than anything to make up for what I did in Driftmarch. But I can't do it now. I have to research the Syndicate. I have to at least try to get my brother back. And I would only put you in danger by bringing the court upon you. I don't want to.
Cal again puts both hands on her shoulders and looks her right in the eye and goes, there's nothing to make up for. Good luck. And let me know if I can help. At any point, I suppose. And I hug her.
I hug him back.
The boat
The goat.
begins to make for an eastern shore. Not
West.
quite to Honduras yet. Or did you want to go western?
There's more to the west, right? So I think people are going to want to go that way.
I guess that's true. People want to go more west.
There's like
So-
stuff over there, whereas this is.
Yeah, I'll say yeah. The boat begins to head towards a western shore, eventually finding its way into a brief, small, accessible bay of the Great Lake. Who will depart at this point?
I will keep heading south for as long as the boat lasts. So whoever needs to go south, stay here. If you're going back north or further west, this is the place to depart, I believe.
I think I'll get on at this point.
Wiswick will too, but on the way, he like to the landing zone. He takes all of his stuff out of the bag of holding.
There.
As Scarlet is taking Shadow, of course, the bow, Kieran approaches her with a bundle in his arm. He goes, "Here,
What's this?
I just... Don't give up. Don't ever give up. And when the time comes again, and this time he puts a hand on her shoulder and looks into her eyes, please, by the light, Ilivania, trust. And he turns back to get on the boat.
Oh, wait a minute. And I give him a hug. Really, really big one. And
Rushes up and gives you the back hug.
and I say,
And you
Oof. I will never not trust you again.
You loved him. I know that doesn't mean anything. And I don't know. Maybe one day you will. As he, a hand over his arm, shoulder, brushes her head, and when she finally releases him, walks back on the ship with Cal and Timber.
When I open it, what's in there?
When you open it, you find the glamored plus one. Oh, that ruins the entire scene. The armor of Caleb, and on the breastplate is a cinder lily, held in place by resin.
Okay.
Having Scarlet gone off the boat, Timber, of course, is gonna walk over, and so that's it, I guess, for now.
For now. You going to be alright? We started our journey together. It feels weird, strange to be separated.
It does. They weren't exactly good times. There was a couple amongst all the bad. But and then at that, Timber just gives her a hug.
And I hug him back and I'm so sorry for stabbing you. I won't do it again.
It's okay, it doesn't hurt anymore.
Be safe.
You too. And try not to get into trouble, please. And practice my meditations. And if you do get into trouble, take these. And Timber gives her 2 smoke bombs.
Oh.
And
Go ahead.
Timber gets back on the boat.
Wiswick looks over to Timber and he starts stepping off the boat too and says,
I'll try and keep an eye on her for you. You should keep that trinket of yours, of mine. It'll do you more good than I.
Oh, this? And he picks up the whiskey, the endless whiskey.
the endless whiskey bottle, yes.
Oh, thank you. I was going to steal it off you, regardless. But I appreciate it, now that I have your permission to have it.
I know you would, buddy. Just don't forget where you got it.
Yeah.
And I wink at him, and then I look at Curon and say,
Goodbye, old pal. Keep in touch, won't you?
Oh, Wiswick, you better believe I'll be checking in every night to make sure you're brushing. And Curon kneels down to him and says, just remember, sometimes we are what we worship. Maybe you're just a diamond in the rough. Tussles his hair.
I mean, I never doubted that fact.
and I just huff up my chest and look back at him and say,
Try not to die without me.
Oh, I'm sure I'll go down many a time, but Ilyvania will bring me right back.
Hopefully not too many times.
And the three of you get back onto the boat, leaving Scarlet and Wiswick on the shore as you begin heading southward. With the very least, eastward enough to get off and begin traveling south.
Yeah, as the boat takes off, and we're like, 40 feet from the dock, Cal would yell back, "Good luck, friends, and may the light of Ilyvania shine your path." Guide your path.
Wiswick just whispers over to Scarlet as he's waving to Cal and says,
So, how you think we're gonna get back into the city? I got a plan. It involves an old friend of ours.
We'll show up in season 2.
Are you two? Is both of your plans to head back to Kirdolan?
You're muted, Shannon.
yeah, like,
Sorry.
waiting for a response, like, oh,
Sorry.
God.
I was responding. I said, oh, who would that be? But yeah, I mean, give it a little bit, kind of
No problem.
heat to die down. But yeah.
The other three of you begin to head.
I didn't finish my joke.
I cut off the punchline.
Yeah, our good friend known as Abe Motherfucking Scone.
I use
God.
disguise self, and I become a cowboy, and I ride off into the sunset.
Anyway, the three of you head as far as you can go with the boat. It brings you far enough south, but not too far south. As you move the boat, ensuring that it would land safely, would you prefer to land on the eastern or western shore?
Western, probably.
Western.
Okay. So, I would say it gets you into Tressex, essentially. You can begin. How long does Timber and Curon want to stay with Cal, Embla, and Robert?
As long as it makes sense. I mean, Timber knows this area better, so once he's like, this is the way to the Brew Nations.
Yeah, we have to get pretty close
So,
to pretty close to
The
Endurance.
boat lasts for 24 hours. So, however far that gets us, if that gets us to like the river, then yeah, that's pretty far. But like, I don't know. You know how big things are.
Yeah, it's not going to get you to the river.
Well,
so there's
6
going to be.
miles per hour, 24. That's 120, 132 miles.
Yeah, it's like a 1,000-mile long lake.
It's straight up like Huron. Or
Yeah,
Fisher.
it's a great lake.
Massive.
But it took you a week just to move across one edge of it, essentially on foot. 2 weeks really. But it gets you to a certain point in Tressex, and I'm not gonna say we're not doing like a travel sequence here. You get to where you need to get to. where is the point where you separate. You're moving through Tressex as slowly and quickly as you can. You know, slowly and as quickly as you can. You know.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to.
Since you landed on the western shore, you don't see a lot of activity beyond typical towns and those sorts of things. You stay here and there, and you spend another solid couple weeks traveling together until you reach a point where you come to the mouth of the southern portion of the river, where Tressex meets Endurus, the exact point that is perfect for you to split apart, because the western path leads to Ghost of Ruination and the southern path leads to Endurus. What do you do?
We stop, I guess, at this junction.
Easy, Rocco.
This is probably a good fork in the road, Kieran. Galeth?
Another turning point, a fork stuck in. Kieran starts to sing an ancient Elysian ballad about
The greenest of days.
about getting rid of those good things in life. Goodbye.
All those small things.
See very clearly where the path leads upward towards the mountains that lead into the entrances of not only the Sulk and Drock in those territories, but ultimately the Ghost of Ruination, and where the river continues south into Endurus.
This is where we take off. We have to go head westward now. Galeth.
Yes, of course. Luck to you
Well-
both, then.
Good luck to you as well. Robert, Embla. Take care of yourselves.
Well, yeah.
And take care of him for us, if you don't mind.
Right, yeah.
Robert kind of like steps forward and like puffs his chest and is like, "Don't worry. We're heading to war. I'm gonna be great. I'll protect Mr. Cal." And Embla kind of steps up and grasps on the shoulder and says, "Do not worry. We will have his back. I'd like to get home. Supposedly there's a war in between me and that."
I'm sure you'll find a way. Kieran brings his horse around and gives them both a small blessing of Viluvania. May the Crescent Guard watch you and protect you in the trials of war. And he does the same to Cal, but adding, and may your eyes be sharp, but your sword ever sharp.
Cal hugs them both, like roughly, like, yeah, we're men. And then steps back and gives the best bow and most heartfelt bow he possibly can. Of gratitude, primarily.
Galeth,
And
what did
then
they say?
No. There's no subservience. It's genuine, just like full at the waist, thank you. And then without any more word, he would nod to both of you and get on his horse.
I was gonna say, Kieran does that cool thing that they do where it's like he reins up Rocco and Rocco goes, and then he's just at a gallop, just heads off. And I imagine Timber starts like running, transforms into a wolf, and then follows after him.
Exactly that happens as Timber,
To save the horses, I trot away.
Yeah. As Timber and Huron head westward, as you can see the mountains beyond and the mists that envelop those high peaks of the Ghost of Ruination. As Cal, Robert, and Embla begin heading slowly southward. Up north, Wiswick and Scarlet have slowly but surely made their way back into Caerdolan in their own way. Scarlet,
Yes.
You begin. The first thing you do in the city is you and Wiswick are keeping yourselves quiet. As I imagine, head to Senric's.
Absolutely.
When you get there, the door is open.
Wiswick's
time
coming
is it?
with her, by the way.
Okay.
A little too early to say goodbyes yet, or cash in.
Mhm.
Who wants to stick together until the danger dies down?
Yep.
What time is it?
It's late.
Okay, before walking in, Wiswick, something's not right. Stay behind me. And I have my dagger out. Do I hear anything before I go inside?
Nope.
Okay. Take a step and go to the door frame.
You see the forge and the setup. You see his desk, the workbenches all around. You see a pair of boots on the ground, legs behind one of the workbenches.
Oh my god. I rush over there.
You rush over, and as you turn, you see the body of a stranger.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Some brute, some human man. And as you're looking at it, a hand drops on your shoulder and twists you around. I'm not a monster. I wouldn't just kill him like you. As you look in the face of Reese.
Does he look like me right now?
Oh, yeah.
What are you doing here?
I said I had a gift for you. Did the elf not tell you? And you see, your orc friend killed my man here. Like I said, I'm not a monster like you. And I've heard you've done some killing lately.
No, you're the monster here.
You see two other goons come up forward and drop Senric down in front of you.
Don't touch him.
Oh, I won't hurt him. I just need to contain him because he's killing my people, like you, or like you in the way you kill, unrestricted, it seems. Now, I said I had a gift for you.
What do you want?
You see, he whistles, and another group steps forward, another pair of grunts. And they drop someone with a burlap sack over their head in front of you. I said, I have a gift for you.
Who is it?
Pull the bag off his head, and it's Fletcher.
How is this a gift?
Oh, well, all I heard when you were in those bars was how badly you wanted to avenge me. How badly you sought after me and my captors. Well, here he is, Rowan.
I wanted to
Don't call
avenge.
her that.
You see, as he's kind of like talking to you, like the left side of his face, the cheek is ripped up. He's got the scars from before, but like he's got on the left side, you see where Cal's sword ripped through his cheek. And the stitches are barely healed there.
I wanted to save my brother. You're not him.
Oh.
I don't know who you are anymore.
Oh, that's an interesting hypothesis. I could say the same, Rowan. I don't know who you are. I think you've killed more people than I have.
I highly doubt it.
Well, I guess I don't count those who killed for me, so maybe you're right. But I brought you this. Don't you want to avenge me, sister? My dear sister.
No.
Oh. You sure?
What happened to you?
Well, 10 years is a long time. Ugh. And you see he just goes over and slits Fletcher's throat himself and kicks him down. I really thought this would work. I really thought this would work.
And you're the one calling me a monster.
Well, he was a monster, if I recall correctly from your own words about who kidnapped your brother. I thought you would be interested in that. I guess I was wrong. I guess I was wrong about you. Maybe you are just a animal.
That's not true.
Well, maybe guess we'll see. I guess we'll see, Rowan. That's all. That was my gift. Leave it. You see the two guys kick Fletcher's bleeding body down in front of you. Leave the orc too. She likes him too much. I'll be watching. Rowan.
I grab his arm before he leaves. Look him dead in the eye. What happened to you? Reese.
What happened to you, Rowan?
Everything that happened to me was for you. I was always coming after you.
He's backing away from you at this point and pulling his arm away. You kind of hold it until your hands are touching, and then he slips free. Keep telling yourself that. You'll have plenty of time to think. Once you're in an Oxland jail. Kicks the door behind him open and leaves. As they release Senric, and there's just the bleeding body of Fletcher on the floor.
Is Cedric conscious? Cedric conscious.
He's not conscious, but he's not dead.
Oh, thank
As one last thing, as Thatcher leaves, he does mockingly to you almost put the pallid mask on as he leaves. And you would notice that where the place where Cal had cracked through it with his sword, the shards are connected by these like bolts almost that almost creepily make a half smile on the side of the mask.
I don't know you anymore.
At this very moment, Timber and Curon are moving through the veils between Endurus and the Ghost of Ruination. Are you heading directly to the Ruination or somewhere else?
Timber, where are we headed? Exactly. You know these lands better than me. A stranger.
I'm gonna
in
talk as a
strange
wolf.
Land.
Kiran, really, we should stop here at Drak, and before we head into Ghost Ruination, we need to get supplies and
Of course.
possibly people.
Whatever you think is best. You know these lands better than I do.
Let's just let me see what I can do in terms of reinforcement, if we
course.
can get that. But we should not head into the Ghost Ruination by ourselves.
I understand. I would very much like to meet the members of this cult. The followers of Astraeus.
We'll see if we go there. Let's go to Drak for now.
Oh, you said Drak. I thought. Oh, my bad.
One day, Kieran. One day.
Sure. To Drak it is.
Yeah. Maybe season 2. Maybe.
Maybe season 2.
You enter into the village of Drak. It is quite small and simple. Just a very plain palisade wall on the outside. Timber. As soon as you enter into these walls, the emotions flood through you. As you know this place mostly not as just some frontier settlement, but as the last home of your wife. As you enter in with Curon, you find yourselves settling in at the tavern, but Timber, you wait outside as you stare across the street a bit further out at the ruins of the place you met Scarlet. That place you tried to save your family. Just a slightly burnt out building.
Deadpan stare at it.
The moment everything slipped between your fingers. Around this same time, Cal, you crest a hill with Robert and Embla behind you. You know at the sights around you, you're home in Durrus at last. You see the mountains in the distance, the climate, everything. You breathe in the air from the river. As you notice smoke plumes in the distance. Just down the river valley.
We would cautiously ride that way.
As you cautiously ride, you find a ford to cross the river towards where this smoke is. And as you go closer, the air smells of a mixture of sulfur and chlorine and chemical smells that just assault the senses. You start to notice bodies around you before you get to the actual point of damage. Endurance, Oxlandish soldiers. A battle occurred here that was devastating. Soldiers you see dead are burnt in many ways. Some ripped through entirely. Horses cloven in twain. Rot on the air. As you approach the center of the battlefield, where you see a very small unit of endurance, and a single Gwyn sorcerer at their head. The smoke plumes rise from craters from some magical explosion. As you approach slowly, an Enduran captain rushes forward. State yourself. Don't you know you enter a battlefield?
Cal holds his hand up as if like I'm not trying. Count of Stormrain, second son of Viscount Stormrain. Here to aid in any way I can.
You got papers to prove that.
I do, and show them.
He takes them and marshals back to the unit. The Gwyn Elf. And you notice, Cal, you see this Gwyn Elf. Their armor is like a extension of that ancient armor you saw. It's that same variety. They've got a similar visor. It's like if you took like Attack of the Clones and then went forward into another stage of clones. And they walk forward towards you with the captain.
I dismount because I'm not a rude.
Lord Stormrain. There's a lot we need to fill you in on. Is right to Tisaka.
Lead on, Captain.
As you ride with Embla and Robert with this unit of Endurance soldiers with their Gwyn commander, you move past scenes of gore and blood as you exit this battlefield. You've studied war as the son of a nobleman, and this is nothing like the books. Gruesome. Unemotional. Without conscience. As the sun sets on the Quintarchy. And that's where we'll end season 1. Insanely way over.
Sean, I have
my
work
God.
tomorrow. What are you doing?
Wait a second. I think Kieran needs to do it. Kieran and Wisbek need to do a little more research.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a few more sendings to go out. Is that
Oh
cool?
my God.
I'm cool with that. Let's just let's set up an instant messaging sending service between me and you.
Yeah. You better bet your ass Kieran sends everyone before bedtime.
Oh my God. Can you imagine it's just like every single night until you guys rejoin together? It's just Kieran being like, all right, Scarlett, it's your turn. What did you do today?
Did you make sure to freshen your breath with nice mint leaves?
Oh, yes, Kieran. Please let me go to bed. I've been up all day working.
Don't forget to tell her
Grab behind the ears.
Folks, those of you in the audience, thank you so much for sticking with us way later than any other session before, except for that one shot with 2 DMs.
Oh, I forgot about that, yeah.
Thank you so much. As we said earlier in the night, we will be returning either on February 15th or the week after, depending on certain things. We will keep you updated on our socials for Season 2, where we will figure out how these now split Wayward 5 come back together. There will be a small time jump as our friends are doing their own things. We will have plenty of information about that, and then they will all come back together for Season 2. Thank you so much for joining us in Paradise. We still have the Relaxing in Paradise this week, so I'll be there to answer any questions you all might have, as well as just futzing around with my minis. And then on Sunday, we will have the last Tim and Shannon Power Hour for the season as well, where Clayton and I will be on to talk about the season
to
finale.
talk about this. All of this.
We got a lot to cover.
We got a lot to cover.
And then we will be back. We will have programming throughout until we get back. We'll keep you aware of that. Keep an eye on our socials. But thank you so much for staying with us tonight and also staying with us. We're hanging out in some form, shape, and whatever for 66 episodes for season 1. there will be plenty of ways to catch up in order to jump right into season 2. Good night, folks.
We
Thank you
love
for joining us.
Good
Till
night.
you, Vanya, bless.
Hashtag
blessed.